interval. Drag. Right. Good. At close interval. Drag. Right.
Ready, go.
Drag. At close interval. Drag. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able, as honors are rendered to the President and remaining standing for the arrival of their Majesties, King Charles III and Queen Camilla, and the playing of the national anthems of the United Kingdom and the United States.
Present, present, march!
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United Kingdom, followed by the national anthem of the United States.
Present,
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
going, all right?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. What a beautiful British day this is. And it really is. Your Majesties, members of the British delegation, friends, service members, and distinguished guests, welcome to the beautiful White House. Great honor to have you. Melania and I will never forget the spectacular honor Your Majesties showed us during our extraordinary visit to Windsor Castle last September. Now it is our tremendous privilege to host you, and you're going to have a wonderful short stay, but stay nevertheless. Then you're going over to Congress, and you're going to make a speech that's going to make everybody very envious of that beautiful accent of yours. Very elegant. He's a very elegant man. Here in the shadows of monuments to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, honoring the British King might seem an ironic beginning to our celebration of 250 years of American independence. But in fact, no tribute could be more appropriate. Long before Americans had a nation or a constitution, we first had a culture, a character, and a creed. Before we ever proclaimed our independence, Americans carried within us the rarest of gifts, moral courage, and it came from a small but mighty kingdom from across the sea. For nearly 2 centuries before the Revolution, this land was settled and forged by men, women, who bore in their souls the blood and noble spirit of the British. Here on a wild and untamed continent, they set loose the ancient English love of liberty and the Great Britain's distinctive sense of glory, destiny, and pride. That's what it is, glory, destiny, and pride. The American patriots who pledged their lives to independence in 1776 were the heirs to this majestic inheritance. Their veins ran with Anglo-Saxon courage. Their hearts beat with an English faith in standing firm for what is right, good, and true. In recent years, we've often heard it said that America is merely an idea, but the cause of freedom did not simply appear as an intellectual invention of 1776. The American founding was the culmination of hundreds of years of thought, struggle, sweat, blood, and sacrifice on both sides of the Atlantic. Fate drew a long arc from the meadow at Runnymede to the streets of Philadelphia that ran through the lives of people born and bred on the British code that no man should be denied either justice or right. American patriots today can sing, "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty," only because our colonial ancestors first sang, "God save the King." We see today a living symbol of this centuries-old bond, just a few dozen feet to the left where I stand. There, Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, an incredible woman who I had the privilege of getting to know. Queen Elizabeth II, very, very special woman who is very greatly missed on both sides of that mighty Atlantic. Long ago planted a young tree. It was a very young and beautiful tree, and look at it now. It's tripled in size and tripled in strength, very much as our nations have even more than tripled. Like our nation itself, it was laid with British hands but grew in American soil. Today it stands tall and proud, reaching ever higher. And this morning it reminds us that the mightiest of trees, like the greatest of nations, must be anchored by the strongest and deepest of roots. In the centuries since we won our independence, Americans have had no closer friends than the British. We share that same root. We speak the same language. We hold the same values. And together our warriors have defended the same extraordinary civilization under twin banners of red, white, and blue. My wonderful mother, Mary MacLeod, was born in Stornoway, Scotland, the Hebrides, and that's what they call very serious Scotland. There's no question about it. Some places they say, well, it wasn't really Scotland. The Hebrides, that's real serious Scotland. That's where they had their greatest of warriors, their greatest of warriors. She came to America at 19, met my incredible father. We loved him so much. We all loved him. We loved her. We loved him, Fred, and they were married for 63 years. And excuse me if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way. We'll do well, but we're not going to do that well. 63 years. And my mother, I just see it so clearly. She loved, and I told the king this, she loved the royal family, and she loved the queen. And anytime the queen was involved in a ceremony or anything, my mother would be glued to the television, and she'd say, "Look, Donald, look how beautiful that is." She really did love the family, but I also remember her saying very clearly, "Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute." My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it? Amazing how, I wonder what she's thinking right now. But beneath those beautiful flags, 8 decades ago, Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Franklin Roosevelt famously met on a ship in the North Atlantic to outline a vision for the free world after World War II. That understanding of our nation's unique bond and role in history is the essence of our special relationship, and we hope it will always remain that way. The ship where the two great leaders met was called the Prince of Wales, the very title that His Majesty the King held longer than any other individual in British history, and he held it with great pride and respect. It's said that when Prime Minister Churchill first met this future king many decades ago, he was so impressed, he made the statement, "He is so young to think so much and so well." And the bust of your great Prime Minister rests proudly again in the Oval Office. We're very proud to bring it back. We brought it back. Throughout His Majesty's life, the world has witnessed that same thoughtfulness which first struck Britain's greatest Prime Minister. His Majesty's intellect, passion, and devotion have been really a blessing to the British people, but not only to his own country, but to the cherished bond between the United States and the United Kingdom. And I am very certain that it will continue that way long into the future. In a few hours, His Majesty will stand in the heart of the United States Capitol as the very first British king ever to address a joint session of the United States Congress. So he's going to be addressing Congress, and I'm going to be watching. I was thinking of going, but they said, I don't know, that might be a step too far. I would love to go. It's not supposed to be protocol, but I would love to be with you. But there, the direct descendant of King George III will speak to the direct successor of the very body that gathered in Independence Hall on July 4th, 1776. If John Adams and George Washington, or the King's fifth great-grandfather, could see that sight, they might be absolutely shocked, but probably only for a moment. Surely they would be delighted that the wounds of war healed into the most cherished friendship. Think of that very, very long ago difficult war, and yet those wounds did indeed heal into the most cherished of friendships, most cherished. They would be moved beyond words to know that the soldiers who once called each other Redcoats and Yankees became the Tommies and the GIs who together saved the free world as brothers in arms and brothers in eternity, and nobody fought better together than us. If they could see us today, our ancestors would surely be filled with awe and pride that the Anglo-American Revolution in human freedom was never, ever extinguished, but carried forward across centuries, across oceans, and across history until it became a fire that lit the entire world. So today we look back on 250 years. Let us remember what has made our countries the two most exceptional nations the world has ever known. And together let us go forward with even stronger resolve to carry on our sacred devotion to liberty and to the traditions of excellence that have been our shared gift of all mankind. Your Majesties, thank you once again for making this important visit. We are so honored. May God forever bless the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the conclusion of the ceremony and departure of the official party.
And that's pretty much it for the presentation here, welcoming King Charles. Now, I was going to say Prince. King Charles. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, and I will say good morning, good afternoon to some of you who are listening to us all the way from the UK. Maybe good evening by now. I want to point out a couple of things, guys. And, throughout our history, you know what? I feel there is like all this, like a cocktail of emotions that I have. Like, I know the history of America. And I know the struggles. And I know the good and the bad things that we have had here. But let me tell you something. You guys, if you are in the United States, if you're an American citizen right now, you are part of the most wonderful, most amazing country in the history of our world. And I'm going to tell you why. We are able to understand our native history side, the bad and the good of history. We know about the settlers, colonizers, whatever you want to call them. We know about the wars and the battles. And we acknowledge, and I'm talking about we as an Americans or any other person that has common sense and likes to analyze things. We have soldiers who have shed blood, not just to develop this country, but also to bring freedom to slaves. We have come to this country, and we have to say we because this is the nation that we are today, and all of the history, good and bad, is ours. We have to adapt it. We have to adopt it. We have to accept the bad with the good. You have to. Otherwise, we'll never learn. We'll never grow. And I'm going to tell you, like I said, it's a cocktail of emotions because there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of resentment, but at the same time, there is forgiveness. There is acceptance of the things that we can't change. And almost everybody in the world doesn't think or remember. We always say never forget, but they always forget. And when I think about the history of this country, and I think about the death of the Americans from back in the days, your ancestors, the fight against the Brits, the bad things that the Brits were doing to the villages here in the United States of America. You have to understand something. This country has evolved from everything that has happened to it. You talk about Brits, you talk about Europeans who came here and did all these things. Like everybody just says, Europeans, the white people, came over here and they destroyed the natives. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't forget that even our Native American people, shout out to the Navajo Nation, by the way, our Native American, our Indians here in the States, I hate to say this Native American shit, our Indians here in America, they were oppressed by bad Indian tribes. There was horrific people back then, and there was good people back then, as it is today. While we became independent from the Brits, we don't hate them today. See, that's the beauty of it. In the history, right now, the devil will tell you, hate them. Screw those guys. No, we honor King Charles. He is our guest. This is the America that I love. The America that has forgiven. The America that has learned from all the good and the bad things. I think the United States is so amazing. It's just fantastic. At the same time, it angers you and it saddens you. But you can't forget. You can't forget the sacrifice of all the people that have died in this country to make it what it is today. You know, there is this so many anti-Americans in our nation. Many anti-Americans. And we always say when something bad is happening and we're overcoming something, we always say, never forget. Never forget. You know what's amazing? There was this racist period in America. There was a time where there were white bathrooms and black color bathrooms. That existed. That was bad. But now it doesn't. There was a time where people looked at a black man with a white woman or a black woman with a white man, and that was a problem. Today, my kids are half black. Isn't that amazing? Today, well, now it's getting worse because now men are trying to get into women's bathrooms. But we're against that. We draw the line. There is no white or black bathrooms, but there certainly is men bathroom and women bathrooms. Okay? That we still have that difference. See, the point is that we need to learn, but we also don't need to deviate from what's true. And I think that that's fantastic. We always say, never forget. 9/11 happened in 2001. I was working for Comcast. And we were watching this plane live. We were watching this plane crash into the Twin Towers. Boom! We thought it was not real. We thought it was fake. And then we saw the second plane. Boom! Hit the second one. And the Twin Towers were no more. Destroyed by Islamic terrorists. We said, never forget. Sadly, people forget very fast. Very fast. I remember watching people that said color doesn't matter anymore. We love each other. White men and black men and Hispanics under the white cloud of dust all became the same humans. And we understood at that moment. We were reminded at that moment how great of a nation we are by standing together. I got goosebumps right now. Let me tell you something. You have heard me say this. I used to support Democrats. I know the Democrats are the founders of the Ku Klux Klan, of the KKK, the racist party. We knew that the Democrats were the ones who funded these racist groups. I got you. The Democrats are the ones that fought to maintain and keep slaves. I got you. I get it. It's bad. There is other things. And we say never forget. But there was a flip. There was a change. And maybe I misunderstood it. Maybe I did. But I can tell you this. The Democratic Party started having policies that supported America first. And I supported that. Secure the border. No illegal immigration. I know how important that is because there's a lot of people that are leaving third world countries because they're shitholes and they come over here, but instead of protecting the land that they admire so much because it's not like the shithole country they come from, they forget. And they make this country, this great nation, a third world shithole as the one they just left. Never forget 9/11. Today we have a Muslim communist as a mayor in New York. We got Muslim communists in Dearborn, Michigan. And Minnesota, the same Islamic terrorist people that hate America. Somebody has to say it, damn it. Never forget, we say. And the next generation doesn't know jack squat about what we say, never forget. People look at our Marines. They look at our military, our army on the streets, and they feel threatened. You know why? Because they're criminals. Because they're anti-Americans. I don't know how many people in this country feel threatened by our military. I am honored. I'm like a kid at a candy store. Like, hey, can I say hi to you? Can I tell you God bless you? Hey, I'm trying to keep my distance when I see the military. I don't want to bother them. I give them so much honor and respect, and I just can't believe that people don't like our military. They hate our military. They treat them like terrorists. For Pete's sakes, they're over there, Chuck Schumer, talking shit about ICE, our federal agents, the ones that are sworn to protect this country's border. The ones who are trying to get all these illegal immigrants out of our country. We are over there wanting to be close to them and tell them thank you so much. But all these anti-Americans, they forget. They forget about history. They forget they're supposed to protect this country. Get all these illegal immigrants, 22-something million illegal immigrants in this country. And they think, oh, I'm a hard worker. Illegal immigration, there should be none. You selfish-ass bastards. Because you don't want to respect the immigration law, we have all these criminals infiltrating our country, including terrorists. It's like if you don't know, you don't understand why it's important that we don't forget our history. How can you not think of what's happening in the future? I supported Democrats and I saw that they kept lying to us. The Democrats kept lying to us. They kept telling the black communities, we are for you, and then gave them the finger once they're in power. 60-something years, and they're still voting Democrats. No wonder they call them ignorant. You know what I'm talking about. I saw they kept lying to us. They betrayed us a long time ago. It was the socialist Democrats and rhinos who stopped giving a damn about our country. They stopped giving a damn about our economy. And they started filling their pockets with money. And now they are the same ones that say, tax the rich. The same mofos that destroyed our economy. The same people that make it unaffordable. They are the same ones that keep blaming President Trump for their incompetence. If I look Mexican, that's a compliment. I don't think Mexican people is bad. I love Mexican people. If you think I look Mexican, thank you for the compliment. But I am American. People don't understand. People don't understand. Just because we are stern, because we're strict, because we're disciplined, it doesn't mean that we hate who we're speaking against. I have zero tolerance for this Islamic terrorist coming into our country. I am sick of hearing Islamophobia. There's no such thing. Nobody gives a shit about them. You know, there was a time where I tried to be in the middle and say, hey, you know what? I accept Islam. And no. No more. The blinds are off. We know exactly what they are doing, why they're doing it, and how they're getting away with it. Never forget, and yet people continue to forget. You know what the enemy strategy is? They have found a weakness in Christian countries, and they call that guilt. Make them feel guilty. I don't know if this was a real soldier, but I saw some general, marine or something, kneeling in front of a high chief from an Indian tribe, saying, I am sorry for all that my people have. Shut the hell up. Not one chief has come and say, hey, I am sorry for what our people did to you guys when you were trying to settle here. They didn't own the land. They just migrated into it. This ain't no first come, first serve buffet. No, you got to conquer the land. You got to fight for it. You got to see who is the real owner of the land. And the one who loses, that's not the owner. If this country is going to be saved, which I doubt, you got to get rid of three problems. One of them, you got to get rid of every single illegal immigrant. There's no doubt. Number two, and it actually should be first, we need to get rid of every Muslim and communist out of power. No more. Their shit stinks the worst out of everything. No Muslims and no commies in office. Period. And number three, we need to get rid of all this weak, emotionally compromised, mangina having man, and all these women that just can't be happy because they hate each other so much. Three things. And I guarantee you that this country will go up so fast in economy, civilization-wise. I guarantee it. Let me tell you why. We have plenty of legal migrants in this country. Do you know why most of our Latinos, most of the people that come from third world countries that are now citizens, why they are actually making a good impact in our community, except for Somalis who are 80% on welfare, taking all the money away from the taxpayer dollars? There's more than just Somalis, but they're the specific cause right now. There is a lot of migrants like myself that believe that the United States of America is the best country on earth and it needs to be preserved. There is plenty of legal migrants who are badass workers. Those are the people that we want in this country. And I am proud. I'm very thankful. I am very thankful that I'm accepted into this country as an American citizen. Yeah, I'm an Indian descent from Central America. It doesn't matter if I was here in the Americas first. Doesn't give me claim to the land. No, there's rules. There's regulations. I gotta buy it. I gotta buy it. All these anti-American, anti-patriotic people, they got to go. They got to go. They got to go. Zinc Roofer, who's insulting you? Are you an anti-patriotic? Are you anti-American? Are you an illegal immigrant lover? Are you against the United States being prosperous and continue to have their freedom? Who the hell is insulting you? Are you the criminal? Are you the bad guy that we're trying to get rid of? America doesn't stand alone. We got 18 Latin countries that stand with the United States of America. This country is so great. If you are listening to me, don't let the ignorant people tell you that this country is not worth it. Never believe that lie. I got millions and millions of illegal immigrants that come to this country that prove to me every single day that this is the greatest country on earth. Let me tell you something about my Mexican friends. They come to the United States, very interestingly enough, they come to the United States of America, and they are so proud to wave the Mexican flag. And they're all, Mexico, viva Mexico, cabrón. That's what they say. Long live Mexico, assholes. That's what they say. Viva Mexico, cabrón. Huh? And what do they live? Who provides for them? What land gives them what they need? The land of the United States of America. Viva Mexico, why are you not there? Why are you not there? Why are you not in Mexico? I think every single illegal immigrant has to go. Let me tell you why. We have millions of people who are waiting for their papers. You get rid of all these millions of illegal immigrants and these DACA, DACA document holders, all these TPS holders, the courts would be available so that they can get their fair trial or their fair due process. You can't get fair due process if you can't go to court. Therefore, we need to get rid of every single illegal immigrant. And then we need to start looking after these people. Okay, you're a DACA document holder. Let's check, because you got your fingerprints in the system. Let's check your criminal background. If you pass, if you've been paying taxes, because they should be paying taxes, those people should be granted access to get their green card. Not a citizen, green card. 5 years to prove their loyalty to the United States of America. Let me tell you something. For some people that don't know, it took me 2.5 decades to become an American citizen. Not because I couldn't become a citizen after 5 years of being a resident. I could have become a citizen a long time ago. But the difference is, I don't make a commitment unless I am willing to live up to that commitment. For example, I knew that if I became an American citizen, I would have to put the United States of America first. That doesn't mean that I'm going to forget about where I come from. Well, I love Honduras. I love the country of birth. I love them. That's not going to change. And I will honor the oath that I made to my flag. And that's why it's here. I don't know how many times I have to say this to you, Sig Roofer. You've been here plenty of times to know this. But when I made my commitment, I had to make an oath. And I'm going to remind you, if you are a migrant that came to this country, I'm going to remind you, if you became an American citizen, I'm going to remind you of your oath. If you're an American that was born here and you don't know jack shit about immigration, I'm going to read to you the oath that we have to make in order to accept a citizenship, to be an American citizen. Dual citizenship. If this is causing a problem of loyalty to the United States of America, it needs to go. They need to get rid of that shit. Either you're American or you go back to the country you came from. Here's the oath. Oh, this paper right here, they give you this when you have to study for the exam to become an American citizen. This is the oath. If you want to be an American citizen, some of you entitled sons of bitches out there that are anti-American don't understand this. And I can tell you this, I wish President Trump or some president, somebody, doggone it, and the freaking government should force the children to make this oath since they're little. I hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen. Why do they have to make this oath in schools to children? There is a lot of Islamic foreigners that are in our school system forcing your children, your American children, to abide by the Islamic rules. Respect the religion. Forget about the Christian religion. Respect Islam. And that shit has to go. Teach your children to be Americans, to be patriots, to love this country. You can always respect other cultures and religions, but learn to love this country. I will support and defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. So that's right. I am defending the law of immigration. No illegal immigrants in the United States of America. That is my oath. I don't give a shit if you like me or not. I keep my oath. When I told my wife, yes, I do, I will be faithful. I have not been with any other female besides my wife. When I married her, and I made that oath to her, that's exactly what I do. You little keyboard warriors that hide behind these fake profiles, you can lick my... Anyway, I don't care what you say. But to me, being faithful is very important. See, you don't have a word, so you give it away because you don't have word. You don't keep your promises. You're a liar. You're a fake. You're a hypocrite. Zinkrufer, well, this is why I cuss you out. What the f is wrong with you, bro? What don't you freaking understand, you dumb-ass old man? I swear, I give you a chance every single day and your stupidity keeps coming back. What's wrong with you? You got Alzheimer's or something? Stupid son of a bitch. It pisses me off. You don't stand for America. You don't stand to defend the United States of America. You don't really care about our military. What the hell do you stand for? How many times have I said, this is the country that I support. This is my primary flag. This is honoring where I come from. That doesn't change anything. Do you understand? All my American vets and patriots in here, they know exactly what I stand for. Stupid mother... Oh my gosh, bro. I'm trying to censor myself here. I will bear true faith, and allegiance to the United States of America. That is my oath. If you don't respect the oath that is made to the United States of America, then you're either a traitor or you don't belong in this country. Either way, your ass needs to go somewhere where you think that you are accepted. I know thousands of illegal immigrants in this country. Yes, all Hispanic. But I also know thousands of people that are Hispanic and are legal as I am. I never ask somebody if they got papers. Normally they will tell me. Number one, they're young, they don't speak English. Well, let's deduct. If you are young and you don't speak English, I have no other choice but to think that you're illegal. Or you are legal and you just got here. Call the cops. Call ICE. Call the feds. Call the FBI. Call everybody. Tell them to come and check out the channel of the Dennis Herrera Show. With that being said, hey, listen. How about we bring it down a couple notches? And I just want to say, I love you all. Thank you to my American patrons. Thank you for all my friends in here. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you guys, especially those becoming members. And with that, let me give you some real thanks. Thank you to all my members. Let me just get back to where we are saying never forget. And I started talking to you about the Democrats, how they were the founders of the KKK. They are the racist party. And here we go. Talking to today, here we go. We look at the new Socialist Democratic Party, and they just can't help themselves. They just can't help themselves to keep proving us that we're right. Remember that video that I shared, a short clip that I shared, that Biden keeps saying? How many times does President Donald Trump have to keep proving that we're liars, that we can't be trusted? That was from Biden's mouth. He said, we can't be trusted. How many times? Let me see if I can find that on my video clips here. I'm going to tell you, man, I don't understand. I don't understand why people don't want to see the truth when it's right before their own eyes. Let me see if I can find this clip. If you guys find it, let me know. Okay? But let me see. Here we go. Watch this. Where are you, Biden? Here we go. This is the clip that I'm talking about.
In a sense, I don't know why we're surprised by Trump. How many times does he have to prove we can't be trusted?
That's right. Supported strongly by Slick Willie.
How many times does Trump has to prove that we cannot be trusted? strongly supported by Slick Willie. Man. But anyways, getting back to the real point of my conversation here. The Democrats have betrayed us. They let or kicked out with their policies They kicked out our manufacturers. How many know that? How many of you in the chat know that? How many know that the Socialist Democrats, because that's who they are now, okay? For those of you who are new to my channel and you don't know what a Socialist Democrat is, that is the new Democratic Party who identifies as socialist because they are communist, Marxist, socialist. That's what that means. Please, I actually respect that guy, to be honest. He's a pretty cool guy. He's Mexican. I'm from Honduras. That's the difference. Now, if you come through my channel, please, by all means, make sure you hit that like button. I really appreciate that. Now, listen, the people that don't like us is because you have to understand there is a division between good and evil. You see, good does not attract evil. Good only attracts good. Darkness does not attract light. Only light attracts light. Evil versus good. It's always the same fight. It's always the same fight. It is a spiritual battle that most people, because they want to deny God, they will never understand. They will never understand. But I'll tell you this. The Democratic Party has gotten rid of all of our manufacturers. It took years to do. Took years to get rid of our manufacturing. And you know what? It's going to take years to bring it back. So stop complaining. We need time to bring those manufacturing jobs back. Michigan. The governor didn't like Trump. Probably still doesn't. But she had no choice than to give him thanks. Democrat. No choice but to give him thanks. Because all the jobs that he brought back to Michigan. Now, President Trump doesn't get credit for that from any of the libtards. Now, if you, like me, believe that Democrats were actually making a change for our country, you now have to realize that they're evil. They are not good for us. I am not telling you to go be violent against Democrats. Just vote against them. That's all you got to do. Let them protest. Let them get arrested for being stupid asses on the street. But I'm reaching out to you so that you vote against Democrats. And if one day it changes, then I will tell you, vote for Democrats. But in the meantime, you have to acknowledge the truth. What is the truth? That socialist Democrats want to destroy the nuclear family. They don't believe in God. That's a Marxist. Communists, they want to take over everything, every single part of your life, including the education of your children. And that's including in that education their belief. They're indoctrinating your children to live for Satan, not for God. You have to understand that. They defend illegal immigration. As many people will come through my chat in here and say something stupid. But they defend illegal immigration. You know why? Because we already fought to free the slaves. That's it. We fought to free the slaves. Now, a lot of Chicago black people are turning red. They're turning red, period. And listen, all this gerrymandering bull crap, two can play that game. Two can play that game. Jason Martin was giving me some information yesterday, and I was looking it up on the news and stuff. And well, guess what? Texas won. We got a redistricting there. Florida. I love Ron DeSantis, man. Just that guy. He just needs somebody to go to war for him. You know what I'm saying? Campaigning. But the guy is such a good guy. He stands for the law. You know, it's such an example for the rest of the country. But you know what? The Michigan governor gave thanks to President Trump for all the jobs that he was bringing back, for the manufacturers. You know what? I'm going to tell you this. Right now, it's very early. It's only been a year and a couple of months, okay? And we already see the benefits. Listen, I don't want to go back and forth with this, but let me just tell you, they support illegal immigration because it's cheap labor. And most of the time, they don't. The employers, knowing that they're illegal, by the way, there should be a $10,000 fine if you hire an illegal immigrant. That is in the paper. Listen, they know that illegal immigrants get health care no matter what. You live in you live in California, SoCal. Shush. What did you say about talking about other states? Follow your own advice. You don't do research like I do. But if the governor is saying that Trump has provided all these jobs and is bringing these manufacturers in, who am I to question that? Who are you to question that? How can you come into my channel and deny the facts? It makes you look stupid. Don't do that. Go do some research before you come in here and make a dumbass comment. With that being said, these illegal immigrants, the employers don't have to give them benefits. And they will pay them cheap labor. But a lot of them are smarter than that. Because if they are not going to get any benefits and they're going to get paid cheap labor, what do? Paco's Landscaping, Pedro's Painting, Juan's Taqueria. Listen, I support every single, because I'm a Latino, I support every single Latino business. And I really, really hope that they all get papers. I really do. I really do. But I also know that all these illegal immigrants that are in this country, they are not only causing a problem with jobless, unemployment crisis in the United States of America, but they are also causing a crisis because of all these illegal immigrants. Our courts don't have the manpower, or the will, for that matter, to get those migrants that were refuge, that were accepted here into this country, that have been working for years, have a good, personal criminal background. It's clean. They have been pouring into this country. All those people are hurt as well because of all the illegal immigration. This mass illegal migration. They are hurting the migrants that today should have papers. So no, I will not back down from that. You don't get to cut in front of the line. We know this. How many times have we got to say this? No, you don't get to cut in front of the line. Listen, how is it fair that you and I, that have papers, can't get shit from the government? You make too much money. You don't qualify. But an illegal immigrant qualifies. Well, isn't that fantastic? I am always going to talk about immigration because it's always a problem in this country. No, we haven't fixed it, jackass. We closed the border. We got millions of illegal immigrants in this country. Well, not people. Just people who don't follow the law. I love Nancy Pelosi from 2005. Okay, workshop, get the fuck out of my channel. I am going to be dropping the F-bomb on people here. You're starting to piss me off. Mods, do me a favor. Just get rid of the garbage from the chat. I don't want to have to come in here and start cussing people out. If I'm not saying a fact, show me. Prove it to me, and I will take that. But I'm telling you facts, period. There is nothing that I'm telling you now that is not true. Nothing. Every single Democrat has always said that everybody, including illegal immigrants, everybody deserves free health care. And the crazy thing is they only give it to illegal immigrants, not to us. They only give it to illegal immigrants and not to the American people. I stand against that. These sons of bitches that have turned against ICE, they're going to tell me that the problem is fixed with illegal immigration? Huh? No. They haven't. They have been blocked by who? Socialist Democrats. Every single blue state has said that. Every single blue state is against ICE. Why is that? And you know what? They got what they wanted. They got their 2 victims. They said it. Nothing's going to happen until there's blood on the street. Well, you got pretty good at that, didn't you? They got 2. They got 2 people that reaped what they sowed. And now they have an excuse to throw it in our face every single time. Now this is just what I think. I think that ICE agents, even though they have live ammo, I think they should be tasing the shit out of people, not shooting them to death. And also, they shouldn't be forced to stand there with somebody yelling and cussing them out in their face. They should be allowed to arrest those people. That is beyond your freedom of speech. You understand? What would you do to me if I come up to your face and start saying your mama is a blah, 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 and I just start cussing you out and I just get in your face? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Be honest. What are you going to do? What is it that you would want to do to me at that moment? When I'm going to sit there angry and just cussing at you right in your face. Blah, 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 you know, just going at it. Honestly, what would you want to do to me? Let's take a look. Here we go. Let me give you a chance to some of the people here. Here we go. R. Laura says, this guy only keeps people in the chat that agree with him, yet he wants people to show him facts. Look at it from my perspective. Do you know what that means? Look at it from my perspective. Listen to everything that I just said and read the damn chat. Read the damn chat and you tell me how I'm supposed to be responding to your ass. Do it. Pay attention to the chat. And then say something. You get on the hot seat and see how you react to it. The facts is, I'm giving you the facts. It's not about you disagree with me. Show me. See, like here, I'm going to give you this example right here. Pab Zone. Tell me, how does that help me? You can't see it no more. It doesn't help. It doesn't give me any substance to go on. Why did you block the Bills Daily? 22 members of the National Science Board has been fired. The entire board. Why? What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that question. That's a question. And I can tell you, ineptitude will be one reason. You know, so if you come in here and you want to, you know, it's on the chat, guys. I don't know why they're surprised. It's on the chat. It says be respectful. Does it not? It says be respectful. So if you do that, then I won't be able to, I won't be cussing you out. Everybody's welcome on my channel, but we're not going to allow you to use your freedom of speech to come over here and be an asshole. That's not what I want on my channel. Do you not understand that? Why is that so hard to understand? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know about what these people do. What I can tell you is ineptitude. Incompetence has been the number one reason why people are getting fired. What does it do? Let me go ahead and give you some time. Let me see. What is it? Science board. Number one, science has been lying to us. These doctors have been lying to us. So I don't give a shit about them, and they should be fired. I hope that's what you're talking about. Let me go ahead and read about being fired here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look. So the New York Times says, let's read the article. Let's read the article if I can. I am not signing up for your bullshit. Okay, so we're not going to read that. Let me see what AI says. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and read the article together. All right, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you a break. Let's take a listen, okay? On April 24, 2026, the Trump administration fired all 22 current members of the National Science Board. Okay, this independent body oversees the National Science Foundation, which funds the majority of public scientific research in the United States. You know what comes to mind? COVID-19, right off the bat. Let's see. Members received an email on Friday afternoon stating their positions were terminated, effective immediately. On behalf of the President Donald J. Trump, the administration has not yet provided a formal reason for the mass firing, and they don't have to. That's the executive power. If they can fire you, they don't have to provide you a reason. This is not your little private job where they have to say, oh, you can discriminate, you can do this. Historically, NSB members served staggered 6-year terms to ensure continuity and independence from political cycles. A total dismissal of the board is considered unprecedented. Everything President Trump is unprecedented. The move follows a year in which the administration proposed cutting the NSF's $9 billion budget by more than half, a proposal Congress initially rejected. Impact, loss of oversight. Former members such as astrophysicist Kevin Stassen, or whatever his name is, from Vanderbilt University, expressed concern that removing the board makes it easier for the administration to execute deep funding cuts. Okay, here's the thing. When, and this might be unrelated, but this is just where my brain goes. Junior, Bob Kennedy. Bob Kennedy has a hearing. And on this hearing, he's talking about COVID-19 should not be mandatory. It should be optional. Vaccines should be optional, not mandatory. And then the Socialist Democrats decided to go off on him, including Pocahontas, and decided to go off on him. Listen to me. COVID-19 is the one reason why I will probably be okay with all these fools being fired. Why? Because they told me that if I didn't take the jab, I will get fired. That is an infringement on my rights as an American citizen. So I don't give a shit what anybody says on the left. They forced us to take a vaccine. Fauci told Trump the vaccine was good. Of course Trump is going to accept. He's not a doctor. He's going to listen to the recommendation of these scientists, of these doctors. The same scientists and doctors that were making millions of dollars. The same ones that are responsible for killing millions of people throughout the world. One of the things that the vaccine, and this is why I didn't want to take it, which is very interesting that after I took the vaccine, all of a sudden I got problems with my heart. I got problems breathing. It's very coincidental, isn't it? But I believe that one of the symptoms for taking the jab was that it will cause abnormalities in your heart, and it could be fatal. What kind of vaccine that says that could be fatal should be mandatory? It should never be mandatory. You shouldn't be forced to it. Everybody on the left called us crazy people, insane. We should all die. That's what they told us. What's that? Your father's boyfriend? As me was Dennis R. Herrera. He lived in San Antonio, Texas. I don't know what that means, Antonio. Sorry about that. So if the whole board gets fired, I'm good with it. What's wrong with it? Do you not question anything? Pfizer was a bad vaccine. And this scientist, this board, the WHO, forced us to do these things against our will, infringing upon our rights as American citizens. Not only that, but they did it throughout the whole world. That's right. Population was the lab rats. Absolutely. Robert got timed out? Oh, boy. Who timed out Robert, man? Hold on. I need a refill here. Who timed out my brother, man? Jason. Oh, Brian. Come on, man. How you going to time out one of our brothers? I'm sure Robert's cussing you out right now as we speak. Oh, your father's name was Dennis R. Herrera. Oh, I got you. Well, he has a good name. He has an awesome name. Where was he from? Was he from Honduras? Oh, okay. Brian. He's like, not me. Oh, man. I am an American citizen who knows not to be an idiot. And I live long enough to know that my immune system is my best defense. And if I need help, I can go to the doctor. And guess what? Whenever you have a flu, what is the number one thing that they tell you to do every single time? Because COVID-19 was a flu. What do they tell you to do every single time? Fluids. Lemon with honey tea. A lot of doctors, listen, I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you a lot of, bro, I'm going to give you my own personal experience. I went to the doctor, to the hospital, and I had COVID-19. I thought I was dying. I could not breathe. And I go in there, into the hospital. I kid you not. I made the doctor use the F word. He said, "What's going on?" And I said, "Listen, I don't know. It feels like I can't breathe. I don't know if it's COVID. I took the vaccine." He says, "Fuck!" Text me right off. The doctor was pissed. The doctor. He was pissed. So yeah, I'm not a doctor. But I listened to the doctor. And that doctor was pissed off. And he said that he disagreed with it. You know what he gave me? He gave me an IV because I was very dehydrated. He told me to drink lots of liquids. And that's it. That's it. Nothing else. I got sick with COVID 3 more times. Sons of bitches. They lied to me. Fauci said I will not get sick. He lied to me. Democrats lied to me again that I would not get sick. And that's the first thing that happened to me was get sick with COVID. I've been having breathing problems since. I've been having problems in my chest since. And I would say because of the damn vaccine. It could be that I'm just getting old. But the fact remains, I was forced to take this vaccine. And when you force somebody to do such thing, you are responsible for that person's health. Oh, yes, Fauci did say that. Yes, he did. Other doctors told them, no, the herd immunity was the best way to fight this disease. Listen to me. I'm not a doctor, but I'm going to say this. During the COVID, I was working as a security guard at a casino. My friend comes up. Listen to me. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I am just a CPAP machine owner. And I went and my friend says, bro, my cousin just got COVID-19. And I said, hey, listen, whatever they do, don't let them put him on a ventilator because he will die. Okay, maybe I exaggerated. I should have just said he could. But I told him he will die. I should have said he could. Guess what happened? They put him straight into a ventilator. He couldn't breathe, like me. And what happened? He died. Am I a doctor? No, but I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. The doctor, when I told him that I couldn't breathe, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. He didn't say, let's put this guy on a ventilator. He didn't say that. He dropped the F-bomb and just, this son of a, I hate this shit. He was so mad. He was so mad that I was forced to take the vaccine. I'm going to tell you, if you don't learn from history, you can't just be mad that Trump fired 22 current members of the National Science Board because you don't understand why. I can tell you that Science Board members were a piece of shit. They were compromised. They got to go. Garbage got to be taken out. The garbage got to be taken out. There is a lot of people in Congress that should be taken out right now. Let me tell you something. There is a senator, Patty Murray. I think she's a senator or Congress. I think she's a senator. Patty Murray. She's lost her damn mind. She is old. She is the opposite of what she used to be when she was younger. Is that crazy? Is that crazy? If you want to know why, thank you, Kev. If you want to know why I'm doing podcasts, first of all, it's not always going to be about the talks that we have today, okay? There's going to be more. There's going to be more than that. But I started this podcast because I was getting so, what's the word? I don't know if the word is repressed, but I can tell you this. It was bothering me at work. Because every time that I try to talk with people, especially the supervisor, right next to me, I was a lead. He was my supervisor. And every time I try to talk about, damn, bro, they just raised the taxes on us again. Oh, just let it go. It's no big deal. No, man. I was like, gas just went up. This was before Trump. I said, gas just went up again. Again. It keeps going up every 6 months. Why are these Democrats keep putting taxes on us? As a matter of fact, I didn't say Democrats. I said, why does the government? Why does our government keep putting taxes on us? Oh, just let it go. It's just what it is. You know, it is what it is. It's like, no, it's not. Bro, we vote for these things. I voted no. I always vote no for taxes. The only time that I voted yes for sales tax increase was because the fire department was going to get some money and the education and the police department was going to get some money. And you know what I have found out about the police and the education department? They don't get jack shit. Our children are stupider today. They're dumber and dumber as the days go by in our education system. Why is that? Why is education to our children backwards? Why do they get dumber and dumber? I see them on my chat in here. They're just retarded adults by the time they graduate. They forget. They don't know history. They don't know civics. They don't know what it is to be loyal to your country. They don't know. They don't know. And that's because the education system is failing them. Why do I have a problem voting yes for taxes anymore? Because the police department was promised by the current governor $100 million to bring more police as needed. You know what? Not 1 cent went to the police department, and they defunded the department. Now, when people hear defunded, they think that they just cut off completely. No, they took money off of them. A lot of police officers are being fired left and right. They are trying to remove sheriffs. And just so you know, we vote for the sheriffs. We vote who is the sheriff for our county. No more. Democrats want to get rid of that. Oh, peep this. They hate Trump so much. They want to pack the courts with socialist Democrats. That is no joke. How can I support these people? How can I say I'm still a Democrat? I can't. They lost their marbles. It is ridiculous. That is crazy, right? You got to be able to put things together, guys. If you come into my channel, if you've been here with me for a long time, you'll understand the way my brain thinks. You will know what I'm talking about. These are subjects that have to keep being repeated. I hate it. I wish I could just say it one time. You don't understand how frustrating it is for me to keep repeating the same shit over and over. It feels like I'm saying the same thing every single day. And it's frustrating. But that's because I have more than 70% of the people that come to my channel that are brand new, first time coming here, probably fake profiles. But first time they come through my channel. And so they ask me the same dumb questions. And sometimes they're not dumb, but they just don't watch my channel. So they don't know the answer to those questions. And then I had to speak about it. But the bottom line is, we're going to get back to the Democratic Party being the KKK supporters. And doggone it, Kev Robb says, was a Democrat for over 20 years, left the party about 15 years ago, never looked back. I hear you, brother. I hear you. And it's not like I'm a full-blood Republican. No, if the Republicans start messing up as well, F them. I'll just say, fuck them all. You know what I'm saying? Just fuck them. Fuck them all. But right now, they're the ones that have the same policies that I have been supporting, I would say, all my life here in the States. I have always respected immigration laws. I have always respected our police. You know, I don't go over to a sheriff and be like, hey, bro, what? No. Hey, sheriff, how are you, sir? Yes, sir. Have some respect. What do you mean, bro? Don't call the sheriff a bro. Don't call the police officer a bro. Don't call the sergeant a bro. They're not your bro. I don't know where that came from. I'll tell you what. I am down with the blue, baby. I am down with the blue. What do you guys think about my blue tie with my blue shirt? I'm feeling pretty blue right now. I support the police. 100%, even though they have given me tickets. Yada. You know what, though? If they give me a ticket for something that I'm doing wrong, I'm not going to hate them. What am I going to say? What's wrong with you? Why you give me a ticket just because I'm stupid? I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Let's see. How to spell Mark says, trolls are really ghost dead people looking for attention. My live stream is compromised while asking for help. Please help. I'm a black USA stranded aboard in fear of my life. Not a troll. Bro, you know what? People have threatened my life in here as well. I'm going to say something, man. This is what they do. Yeah, don't spam, please. This is what they do. And you know what's crazy is that, you know, it's working. Their job is working. What they're doing, it's working. You know why? I'm going to tell you why it works. And I know I have 100 people here today. Well, listen, I'm going to tell you why it's working. These people, okay, I want you to listen, please, very carefully. I'll be very honest with you. These people that are anti-American, let me tell you, there's the seed goes deeper than that. First of all, there's a lot of terrorist communist countries that have a grudge against us, okay? They have infiltrated our country. Now we got citizens that resent the United States of America. My shout out to my Native Americans, doggone it, the ones that are proud to be of the United States of America. Everybody else, grow up. Get some brains. Listen, we have been infiltrated. There's a lot of people that live here in the States that don't like us. They don't like the United States of America. You see, if you're a white person, right? If you're a white person, they say to you, you're racist. But if you're a black person, they can't say they're racist. But they will make them feel guilty. I'd be like, oh, well, you know, that's they're coming against you. They're coming against the black folks. That's a lie. I know a lot of black folks who are smarter than me, who are more independent than I am, more successful than I am. 100%. Now they come to me and the Hispanic community. Oh, you're racist. Well, shut the hell up. You're racist. Oh, well, you don't know about immigration. Shut the hell up. I am an immigrant. Yeah, what do you know about him? Shut the hell up. I know everything about immigration. Well, most of everything. I can't say everything because I don't know all the laws, but we can always talk about the laws. Absolutely, 100%. Woo! Man, it's been it's hot in here. Let's see, we have maximum warfare. If you missed it, you missed it. We will talk about it again, I'm sure, another time. Democrats are the party, the founders of the KKK. They have been abusing the black community and been using them as slaves, even though they're supposed to be free. They keep using them and abusing them. They keep telling the black community they are not worth it. They still call them niggas because they keep falling for the trap. I think that if there's anybody ignorant, it's those who believe the lies of the socialist Democrats. I know a lot of black people that are not into the Democrats anymore. But for some reason, there's still some people out there that are still ignorant. Okay? And I can tell you that this Democrat bullcrap people that we have right now, they don't care about you black people. They look at you. Listen, I don't want you to get offended and thinking that I'm racist, but they look at you as little monkeys. That's the way they look at you. They looked at you as little monkeys. Oh my God, you're black. You can't get an ID. Oh, the black people, they don't know how to use a computer. It's not fair for them. It's racist. It's racist to tell them to get an ID. The black people are so ignorant with computers. Are you kidding me, bro? No, comrade. You're an asshole. That's why you get blocked. See, there you go. You bring no essence. You bring no context. You bring no content or context to anything. You just don't. And if you're black and you support Democrats right now, bro, you deserve the N-word. You are ignorant. I'll just tell you what that word means. It means ignorant. It means ignorant. And you are the full word of that. And add the black to it. Stupid people. Migrants that have come here. Hispanics like myself that have come to this country. They forgot why they're here. Or maybe they know why they're here. And that's why they are jackasses. It is unbelievable. And maybe I was a fool as well. I didn't have the right to vote, but I supported Obama. Not because he was black, but because he promised immigration reform. And he didn't deliver. I just think he didn't fight enough for it. He brought it up to Congress, and Congress said no. Well, there is another department that is in charge of giving visas and permission to be in this country, and it's not Congress. I know Trump tried as well, but he doesn't really want it. I know I would. I know that I would fight for immigration reform because I do believe, well, I'm going to be very biased right here today because I love my Hispanic community. I don't care about Chinese. I don't care about Indians. I only care about my Hispanic people becoming legal migrants, legal domicile or permanent domicile in this country. Everybody else, I don't give a shit. Have somebody fight for you. Somebody else can do it, but not me. I'm going to fight for my Hispanic community. That's horrible. I apologize about that. Barack Obama, the deported in chief. Thank you, Jason. You know what I'm talking about. Well, here is the maximum award for this Democratic leader. Doesn't give a damn. We already knew this, but why don't we go ahead and listen to it for a second here. Let me get it ready for you. I believe I can fly. Here we go. Fox, you know what? I am becoming a fan of Fox. Fox has been giving some really good news, and I love the way that they bring the news in. You know, you can call me whatever you want, but listen, you have your CNN, I got my Fox, okay? And I just happen to like Fox better than CNN. CNN are just like airheads on the show. They make no sense. If Fox was here lying to me, I'd be like, wait a minute. What? I would question them. But they do a pretty damn good job, at least the ones that I watch. Here you go. Take a listen here.
Fire outside this weekend's White House Correspondents' Dinner, now facing 3 charges, including attempting to assassinate President Trump. The 31-year-old suspect from California also accused of transporting a firearm across state lines and discharging a firearm during a crime of violence. The Justice Department releasing images of the weapons. Authorities say the suspect bought a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun last year and a .38 caliber semi-automatic pistol back in 2023. Investigators say that the attack was planned for weeks, with the suspect booking the hotel back on April 6th. U.S. Attorney for D.C., Jeanine Pirro, says no stone will go unturned in this investigation.
There will be nothing that won't be identified and discovered as it relates to his past actions with this digital footprint that we're looking to establish right now. Now we have the evidence we need, the complaint we needed for the presentment. There will be a hearing on Thursday and then another preliminary hearing in May. Make no mistake, this is just the beginning of this indictment, of these charges. The indictment will include a lot more charges. We'll know a lot more. But right now, we have a solid case.
This was the first White House Correspondents' Dinner that President Trump was attending as president. His last the time that he went was 2011. He was a private citizen then. But there was a very different political climate at that time. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt slamming Democrats' rhetoric leading up to this shooting. Watch.
This political violence stems from a systemic demonization of him and his supporters. by commentators, yes, by elected members of the Democrat Party, and even some in the media. This hateful and constant and violent rhetoric directed at President Trump day after day after day for 11 years has helped to legitimize this violence and bring us to this dark moment. I have a whole host of examples that we can share with you after. It is pages and pages of major Democrat Party elected officials saying, such as Rep. Hakeem Jeffries just this April, this month, said, "We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time."
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries defending his comments after being called out by the White House, as you just heard from Caroline Leavitt. Watch this.
The notion that any of us are concerned.
Here comes Dalabama.
With so-called criticism from these phony Republicans as it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
Joining me now, former federal prosecutor and former DHS Deputy Assistant Secretary Jonathan Fahey. Jonathan, good morning.
Good morning.
I want to ask you about this rhetoric that we're seeing, and also maybe the radicalization of this individual, Cole Allen. You know, going through his background, he was highly educated. He went to Caltech, mechanical engineer. He created a video game. Is the rhetoric that we're hearing from the left one of the reasons why you're seeing more and more radicalization in these online groups that would lead to someone trying to assassinate the president?
Yeah, it would be hard to argue that it's not, because this rhetoric has become so extreme from the Democratic Party. It's really, they become the party of just hate and division. And you look at it, it doesn't even just extend to Donald Trump. They've attacked his supporters and people that work in the administration, calling them Nazis and fascists. And it's just a matter of routine. So it doesn't surprise me that somebody would take this to a level that would seem consistent with the rhetoric, because if they equate Donald Trump and his supporters to Nazis, it dehumanizes him to the point that it legitimizes violence. So the Democrats should take some responsibility. But I think Hakeem Jeffries, is not backing down, and they've realized that this is their only thing they have now, because they've lost a lot of these policy arguments. So everything has been reduced to just sort of this name calling, this extreme rhetoric, because they believe it's the most effective thing for them politically, which is just shameful, because it puts not just President Trump in danger, but everyone around him in danger. And an event like this should be just a fun event, and it was shaping up to be a fun event. And instead, people now have to be worried, are they going to be attacked? Are they going to be killed by just going to an event? It's really shameful, and the Democrats' reaction to it, it's hard to believe that, other than John Fetterman, no one really seems to be willing to take a step back on the rhetoric.
What do you make of the security at the Hilton on Saturday night, from your standpoint? There's a lot of question marks now about the effectiveness of that security perimeter.
Yeah, like my initial take on it was, hey, it worked well. This guy was caught. No, he wasn't able to harm anyone, wasn't able to get in there. But then hearing some of the reporting after the fact, particularly I think Bill Malugin was reporting on it, that it was very easy to sort of navigate through these parties and through the event by just showing, I think, an invitation, and there's no way that they're even linking up the invitation with the person. So it does concern me that it wasn't as good as it could have been. But again, the secondary part is no one got hurt, nobody got killed. And so you don't want to, say it was all bad. But every one of these, I think, is a lessons learned moment. What can we do to make things better? Because, again, we have the World Cup coming up. We have the 250th anniversary. We have more events, and we need to make things better. But it's so important to always be on top of the game and never get complacent with this stuff.
Well, that's why you've got to fund DHS. I mean, this is the time. You really, if you think about it, enough is enough when you've got Secret Service agents that are putting their travel charges on their own credit cards. They're not getting paid. These are the people that are protecting the president of the United States, and they're not getting paid. I mean, this really has intensified the debate right now on funding DHS. I mean, this is enough. I think a lot of folks are saying enough is enough.
Exactly, and that's such a great point because these frontline agents are getting paid, but again, if they're going to go into financial ruin by having to charge all these things on their credit card, that's a bad thing. That adds stress. But remember, a lot of the Secret Service are the secondary people, the people sort of the supportive role. They're not getting paid. So what is that doing to the overall security? And remember, with the TSA agents, I think 1,000 of them have already quit permanently. So it's not that easy to replace people that decide to quit. Morale is worse. And it does seem like this should be the perfect time for everyone to take a step back, be mature, say, hey, we have an issue on something else, but let's fund DHS. But you really have to marvel at the Democratic Party's commitment to open borders and mass amnesty, because it seems like there is nothing more important on a policy issue than those two things right now, because nothing seems to sway them. They just keep doubling down. Unfortunately, they're doubling down by putting all of us at risk, particularly, people in airports, public officials. And it's just so shameful that there's not, other than, I guess, John Fetterman again, that they're not more mature people in this situation to make public safety the priority rather than politics.
I just got a minute with you, Jonathan, real quick. Are you concerned about World Cup security? Because the cybersecurity arm of DHS, this is the advanced team that would be doing all the preparation, which, to be clear here, takes months when you've got a large-scale event like World Cup matches happening around North America in major stadiums, or the America 250 celebrations. I mean, they're also under DHS. And to my understanding, they're not getting paid as well, and they can't really do the work that they need to be doing. Or am I misguided in that?
That's exactly right. I'm glad you mentioned the cybersecurity, because they're not getting paid. And remember, the people in those industries, they're very marketable in the private sector. So if these people start leaving, this is going to be hard to replace them. And also, you're right, with the World Cup coming up. And remember, the one thing that's important about the World Cup, it's multiple venues, which makes security harder. It's not just like the Super Bowl that's one place for 1 week. It's multiple venues over a period of weeks. So that makes security more difficult. And again, that makes it more vulnerable. And when the spotlight's on it, the bad guys might want to use this as an opportunity. And if they see our security is not up to speed, they're going to maybe look at it as more of an opportunity to try to harm people and make some sort of political statement.
It is a very real threat, in particular after these horrific events we saw this weekend. Jonathan Fahey, it's always great to talk to you about this. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Now, that's one of the questions that I have. Is there a better footage of this so alleged assassin guy from the Correspondents' Dinner? Because I mean, I look at the video and it looked like shit. Like the resolution is horrible. Loris, is because of your comment had no good input in here. So my mods are very strict with that. Hey, John Anthony, how are you, bro? Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. I do have a question about that. I do have questions about this, and I mentioned this yesterday, and I thought, maybe they are setting something up. And here's the thing: if it wasn't for the documentation that they found and the evidence with the guns and the knives and all this stuff, I probably would have been more inclined to say, man, they set this up. They set this up. It's just a setup. But after finding the gun and the knife and there's documents, is this little manifesto that he has, it is a very typical socialist Democrat. I mean, if it's a setup, that's a pretty damn good setup. I want to see this guy in trial. I want to see him get prosecuted. I want to see him be booked and put in prison for the rest of his life. But I have to see it. So till then, I'm just going to say alleged, okay? That's just what I feel about it. A little quick breaking news in here from Minnesota, apparently. Let's take a look here. You guys will appreciate this one. FBI raids Minneapolis child care facilities. What? What? How dare they? It's a child care facility, man. Why are they doing that? Part of sweeping fraud investigation. Well, let's take a listen.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino. We continue to follow this breaking news coming out of Minneapolis. We do have a live look to bring you here now. This coming in courtesy of Fox News, as we're learning federal authorities raided more than 20 locations, including child care facilities there in Minneapolis today. This is all a part of a sweeping fraud investigation into largely Somali-owned businesses. This is all according to the Department of Justice speaking to Fox News. And we do have a quote there saying, quote, today the FBI with federal, state and local law enforcement is involved in court-authorized law enforcement activity as part of an ongoing fraud investigation. We do know as of right now, authorities executed 22 federal search warrants in Minnesota today as part of this operation, which is not immigration related. So our photographer there is zooming out. But I do have this post that has just come in here. And it says HSI, in cooperation with its federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, engaged in court-authorized law enforcement operations in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. For reasons of operational security and for the safety of our agents, we will not comment further at this time. Now, we do have several social media posts coming in here throughout the minutes. This one, once again, from Bill Malugin. Reading it to you now, as he says, DOJ confirms to Fox News that FBI and HSI agents are currently raiding 20-plus locations in the Minneapolis, Minnesota area in relation to ongoing federal fraud investigations. Sources telling Fox locations are largely Somali-linked businesses, including the infamous Quality Learning Center. I'm told that these are court-approved search warrants being served, and they are tied to fraud, not immigration enforcement. Now, Fox also told 22 search warrants were executed in Minnesota this morning. Going on to read that statement there from the DOJ. But I also wanted to share with you that the raids center on federal fraud investigations into these largely Somali-owned businesses, including child care facilities that registered their daycare with the state for allegedly billing for care that was not provided. Now, Fox News is told that 2 of the raids were conducted at the Quality Learning Center and Baby Halamo Childcare, both located there in Minneapolis. The Quality Learning Center received national attention after blogger Nick Shirley visited several childcare addresses only to find an assortment of vacant or non-operational storefronts, closed businesses, or Somali occupants. And according to Fox News, they refused to answer questions or entertain the pair's mock efforts to register a child with supposed daycare. This coming in from Homeland Security, saying Homeland Security investigations in cooperation with our law enforcement partners, executed criminal search warrants in Minneapolis relating to the rampant fraud of U.S. taxpayer dollars. So once again, this is all coming in here by the moment. This is a developing story we are bringing you here on Live Now from Fox. But if you are just joining us, sharing with you that federal authorities raiding more than 20 locations, including child care facilities in Minneapolis.
Interesting. Here's, I'm reading, I'm glad that they're doing that, by the way. That's something that they this is what we want, okay? This is what we want. Let's see. We talked about the shooting here from the Correspondents' Dinner, but there's a new message here. This is, I guess, the Emirates. It's trying to pull out of OPEC, okay? It is said that the Arab Emirates say they're going to leave the OPEC. Let me go ahead and share this with you guys, and I'll read the article for you. Okay, let's take a look.
Conflict with Iran, where there is breaking news at this hour. First, the president said to be unhappy with the regime's latest ceasefire proposal, namely because it does not address Iran's nuclear program. Meanwhile, to the breaking news on OPEC, Lucas Tomlinson's watching that. He's back live today in Dubai from overseas. And Lucas, hello there.
Good morning, Bill. Some big news out of the Emirates say the UAE announcing they will be leaving OPEC on May 1st. That's the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. Iran was one of 5 founding members back in 1960. The UAE, the 7th largest oil exporter in the world. It appears that Iran, a big reason for the UAE to be leaving. Now, as far as negotiations with Iran going, we've heard from President Trump that he's unhappy with the negotiations going on right now. Recall just over the weekend, the president canceled the trip by his special envoys, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, going to Pakistan to re-engage with the Iranians. And just a reminder for our viewers, Bill, about what President Trump's red lines are in these negotiations. End all uranium enrichment, dismantle the enrichment facilities, hand over that highly enriched uranium, end funding for terrorist proxies, fully open the strait, no more charging tolls, shut down the toll booth. Now, in an exclusive interview with our own Trey Ying, Secretary of State Marco Rubio explained why Iran has closed the strait.
They don't just seek to dominate Iran, they seek to dominate the region. And imagine that with a nuclear weapon. Look what they've done with the Straits. Great example. The Straits is basically the equivalent of an economic nuclear weapon that they're trying to use against the world. And they're bragging about it.
Now, while hundreds of ships remain at anchor stuck in the Persian Gulf behind me, the first LNG carrier, liquefied natural gas, recently transited the Strait of Hormuz since the war began 2 months ago. She left from a port here in the Emirates. Now, not only is the Gulf important to the world's energy industry, as we know and is documented, it's arguably more critical to the global fertilizer industry. 30% of the world's fertilizer trade passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Its closure has affected farmers across the world, including in the United States. And as the blockade is now more than 2 weeks old, Iran's storage tanks are nearing capacity, Bill. And analysts say it could be 1 to 3 weeks before Iran is forced to shut down oil production and perhaps cause permanent damage to its oil-producing industry. Certainly something the White House is watching closely, and hope is why it brings Iran back to the negotiating table.
Okay, and we are too. Good to have you back in the region. Lucas Tomlinson in Dubai today. Thank you, Lucas. Be sure to...
I'm Dennis, and I thank you for watching the Dennis Herrera Show. Well, you know what? I told you guys this before. I think it is best for our interest here in America to build new oil refineries for sweet oil. I really believe that we need to do that. Listen, $5 billion. Now, I heard that you can do it for hundreds of millions of dollars, a small refinery, but $5 billion is a good size sweet oil refinery, and $15 billion to make a big oil refinery. I really believe that we need to get this done, man. And while I am conscious about the environment, we also need to look out for our country. And we can't be scared of taking, new risks. I think it will be a good thing for us. And we can't be dependent on these Middle Eastern people. The Strait of Hormuz, I don't care if anybody says, oh, it was open before Trump. Shut the hell up. If they raise the price, these insurance companies and all these assholes that don't care about us, they're just there to make their money. I think that it'd be better if we become independent. I'm going to tell you, there is a lot of other countries that are already thinking the same way that we are. I guarantee you. I'm not the only guy. I'm guarantee you that right now. You think the Emirates pulling out is just a coincidence? It's not a coincidence. I'm telling you right now. Listen, guys, I love solar energy. I really do. I really do. I love solar energy. I think it's fantastic. I'm going to be investing here very soon because you guys know that I do my lives in my car sometimes, right? That's the Dennis Mobile One live. I'm working on getting my satellite internet so that it goes wherever I go. I also want to get a power source, and I don't want gas. I don't want oil. I don't want a generator that makes all this noise. Minimum fan noise, I'm okay with that, right? But I need enough power to be able to grab, like here at home, I'm feeling very comfortable. This is my favorite studio here at home, I got my monitors. And if I'm in the car, I don't know if I want to have 3 monitors or 4. I don't know. Probably just one and my laptop, to be honest. But nonetheless, having internet in a place where normally I wouldn't have internet, I think it'd be fantastic. I think you guys will, the members will enjoy it more because I will get out and I will show you around the area where I'm at. But for lives, regardless if I do a live for everybody, for public, I will be probably, it'd be so cool to be able to give you this camera. Well, it's probably going to look like a piece of shit camera because I'm going to use the one for my laptop. But the second camera that I'm going to use is going to point out outside so that you guys can see that. And I'm not going to reveal all my secrets, but I'm going to be able to do a 360 of the area where I'm at. And I think that for that, most likely it will be for members only. Okay, so if you haven't already done so, I would appreciate it if you consider becoming a member in my channel. I thank you for your support. The more members I get, the more emojis I throw out there, the more things that I'm going to be able to do for you. Maybe I'll go to downtown Seattle or at least a distance from Seattle. There is no reception, really. I tried doing a live there before. It sucked. The reception was horrible. But I would love to give you a live feed from Seattle, downtown Seattle, so you can see the boats on the water, so you can see the Space Needle. I'll be able to zoom in and zoom out, of these things. I think it'd be fantastic. It's a whole new different experience, Normally what you get is from the news outlets, right? And I'm probably sharing too much with the public because this is mostly for my members. But just imagine and we'll probably go fishing and you guys will be able to see all that too. And I love you members for that. I thank you for that. If you haven't noticed, David has been granted admin power. So, with great power comes great responsibility. I already warned him. He gets rid of the wrong people, he's going to have to go. But anyway, I just think it's so phenomenal the way technology is today, the things that we can do with solar energy. I think it's fantastic. I mean, think about it. Like I would love to see, right? I would love to see more boats with solar energy. You know what I'm saying? Like it would be fantastic. Like, of course, you still need to have that reserve of gas, right? You should have that. But for anybody that wants to go out on the boat fishing, just think about it. Like, maybe it's a stupid idea from me. Maybe it is a stupid idea, right? But I just feel like, if you make a nice waterproof and this and that, and you can just be like, I mean, bro, you're going to power your boat without the, right? Instead of all that jazz, instead of all that noise, smooth sailing, baby. Electric motor, a good, strong electric motor. I don't know how far that will go, but... Yeah, never get rid of me or tie me out, Robert, says John Anthony. Be careful now. He might just time you out for the hell of it. He is a power trip guy. All right, let me find something here because I think that our fair lady, it's probably let me see if maybe let me see if she is. Let me see if she is. All right, here's a 19-minute video from our fair lady. If you didn't notice, I love our first lady. I think our first lady is just so classy. I mean, let's be honest, okay? As much as people hate white people, let me tell you something. You shouldn't be hating any type of skin, pigmentation. I'm going to tell you something. Sometimes when you have a white person mixing with a black person, you get some beautiful bronze kids. You mix a black with an Asian with white. You have all these native Indian American women that are just so gorgeous naturally, but when they're mixed with white, they become even more beautiful. Like the Mexican women down there, they're mixed with a lot of European blood, and they're native Indian blood, and they got some gorgeous women. A lot of them look European look. You know what I'm saying? Like they're beautiful. You can't deny that. There's ugly people in every culture and every ethnicity and every pigmentation, yes. But there's also beautiful people, like physically and internally, that are beautiful. And I'm going to say this. I know you might think I'm gay. You might think I'm delusional. But I really, really love, number one, the fact that the First Lady Melania looks out for the children. She talked about really strict, very sternly to Putin about the children. She's worked with the French lady about the safety safeguard on the internet for teenagers and children to keep them safe from predators. And she's always had this maternal heart for the people. Like she is what Trump needs as a wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's so classy. Yes, she's got the money, and of course she likes the expensive life. That comes with the territory. But even though they're not kings, they're rich, and they treat themselves like royalty. You know what I'm saying? So I really admire her for that. I really admire her class. I don't mind her when she's upset at Trump. That's her husband. She should be upset at him if she disagrees with him. That's fine. And it happens. But she's such a great mother. I mean, teaches her son respect, discipline. Bro, it's like you can't say anything negative about her. She is so happy to be an American citizen. She is so happy to be in this country. And for a migrant to defend this country is fantastic. I'm a migrant, so I respect that. You know what I'm saying? But I can tell you, if you don't know the civilization on the rich class, then you don't understand what the hell I'm talking about. But I can tell you that every time that I have read about history in this country, it has been the Europeans who had the ballroom with the balls, this is where our military comes from. This is where the soldiers were made to be soldiers. And we wouldn't have what we have today if it wasn't for the atrocities of the past. So, with that being said, I have my utmost respect. I love Melania as our first lady. There is nothing of a sexual nature at all. Nothing perversive. Everything out of respect, out of love, and I really, really appreciate her. As a matter of fact, I have recommended her movie, Melania, that is on Prime. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video that they have on the White House from Melania, our fairest first lady. And my patriots, my American people, I know that you appreciate the first lady. Let's go ahead and watch. Listen to the classical. Can't beat it. Definitely more class than Jill. Beautiful. She represents the United States of America. First, safety first. Scouting for terrorists. culture, our native, our Hispanic, all of the cultures that we have mixed in this country. But I'm also thankful for the European influence on the Americas. I think that it has been a positive thing in our country. It is because of our past that we are today the best for the future. You know, Barack Obama's wife as the first lady, I didn't mind. A little ghetto, I get it. But she complains so much about white people. Such a shame. Such a shame. And the funniest thing is that in order for her to feel pretty, she had to pretend to be white. Isn't that crazy? Why couldn't she just be happy being herself? Nope, she had the burden of straightening her hair to look white. They'll never look white. But you can't deny. You can't deny. I am so thankful for everybody. Zach, be nice. We don't know. We haven't seen the hardware, so be nice, okay? We'll call him. I mean, we'll call her Michelle Obama. We'll give her the benefit of doubt. Sunshine on a cloudy day. As she should. They should get paid. Every laborer is worthy of pay. Not everything has to be free. Sometimes you gotta collect the money. That I give a damn about your comment, knowing that you don't give a damn about me. Isn't that crazy? At least Melania hasn't said anything about me. And as I said before, you don't have to respect them, but you also don't have to disrespect them. And that tells me everything that I need to know about you. You're garbage. Brian Reedy says, bye, hype. Your same crap and ignorance every time you come in here. It's astounding. Jack 18, you're having a conversation all by yourself. Nobody's blocking you. Who the hell is blocking you? I have nobody over there blocking. Alex, are you blocking Jack 18? It's Jag 18 on my landscape mosaic. If you don't care, why do you block us? Well, I don't care. But I do care that my other people that are on the chat do see those nasty comments, and therefore, people get blocked. Most likely by my mods. In this case, Jack, I will block you myself for saying that I'm a loser. Bye-bye. It's like you block me every time. I don't understand why. Bye, Jack. James Patterson, how are you, Patriot? Bro, I was so jealous about you and your team riding those bikes, bro. I wish I could ride a bike. I really do. It would be so fun. I'm just not that courageous, man. You can't hear me because the priority is the music on the browser. Let's see. Oh, I can hear myself. I just checked the audio on my phone. I can hear myself. You can hear the sound. Just probably not as loud, obviously. Every Democrat president lowers the deficit. Right, sure, yeah. Wink, wink. Let me see if she's going to talk. Well, she's not going to make any speech. She's just showing the queen around. I always share the videos from the White House. There are some that I can because they're copyrighted, but these ones I can. By the way, I don't get monetized on these videos. So just so you know, a lot of the lives that I do like this, yeah, CNN told them that the Democrats lower the deficit every time. Yeah. I don't get monetized on these videos because of the copyright on the music. So just so you guys know, okay? Which is why I'm going to be doing a lot less lives in the future and more videos being produced out there, 10, 15 minutes the most. No, not that kind of bike. James Patterson, they ride the big bikes, you know, the Harleys and things like that. I saw it on his Facebook. It looked pretty cool. There was one Harley. I remember I went to. Let me go ahead and put that in there. Mute. I went to this store. Okay. It's a KKK store. All right. It's called Compact Car Corner, spelled with K's. I don't know if that was meant to be a racist name, but that's what it is. Okay. And I went in there, and they had an area where they had bikes, motorcycles. And I saw this big white Harley Davidson. And one of the things that I always felt like, you know, I want to be comfortable on a motorcycle. And I really thought about buying one, okay? I was going to learn how to ride, etc. And I sat on this bike, and my feet were flat on the ground. My arms didn't feel overextended. It was a perfect distance. I liked the grip because I have big hands. I liked the grip on the handlebars. And I thought, damn, I think I might have to buy this bike. But I never pulled the trigger. I never pulled the trigger. You know, but man, it was a beautiful bike. I saw myself, you know, cruising, you know, on the streets with it, but I just never had the nerves, never pulled the trigger, never had the nerves to get the bike. I felt like, you know, I might just, if I drop it, there goes the mirror, you know, and it's, I'm going to have to be fixing this and that, and it is just, you know, crazy. But yeah, James, kudos for you, bro, you and your bike crew. Shout out to James Patterson, my Washingtonian patriot over here. David, I love it when you go hang out with me. I appreciate you. Every single one of you. This is what we do. We hang out. We chill. And then, of course, we talk about other things, politics and religion, of course. But the main point is I want you guys to just hang out, be chill. You know what I'm saying? Chill mode. You won't believe this, but Democrats come together. Democrats are coming together for American citizen right. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought it was. No, Democrats come together to protect immigrants with the TPS crisis. Boy, I'm telling you, man. You just can't. You just can't with these people. Aw, Sandra, thank you, Mama. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for the support. You already supported me by being a member, but thank you so much for the extra mile. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna go. I believe. I really hate showing you guys this stuff, but we're gonna have to show you. Yeah. Let me check Truth Social, see if they have any new updates here. Let's see. U.S. Middle East ally strips citizenship from 69 in crackdown. No pro-Iran support. What? Oh, okay. I see. Okay. I read it. I can read it right. U.S. Middle East ally strips citizenship from 69 in crackdown on pro-Iran support. Let's see. The Bahrain stripped citizenship from dozens accused of promoting pro-Iran sentiment, drawing criticism from right groups over a lack of legal safeguards. Fantastic. Good news. Ilhan Omar, she's got to go. Way overdue. Way overdue. Ah, man, I hope they continue this. Thank you guys for enjoying that moment with me. I find it very interesting. You have all these English girls and American girls sharing some good time together. It's just beautiful to see, man. I love that, man. I love that. Let me see. I want to share something with you guys. Oh, so cute. All right, I have an announcement to make. If you like dogs, let me share this story with you. TSA says she's off the clock for good this time. Hey, Vilma, how are you? Vilma says, wait a minute. Seems so nice. I'm having tea with my daughters and grandkids. Everyone have a blessed day. Oh, what a perfect time to actually have some tea with your daughters and grandkids. Watching our first lady, Melania, and the Queen. That's fantastic. All right, here we go. Here's the news. TSA K9 Kyra officially retired last week after a standout career that took her from ATL, one of the busiest airports in the world, to ORD in Chicago, another critical hub, where she's spent her final working years keeping travelers safe. Oh, so cute. Early mornings, long days, and a nose that never quits. Kyra, or Kara, I don't know how you want to pronounce that name. I'm going to say it's Kyra, brought it every single shift. While most travelers never saw her up close, the work of TSA Explosive Detection K9s is felt in every safe journey. Now it's time for things to get even better. More treats, more naps, and all the tennis balls she can dream of. Enjoy retirement, Kyra. You're more than earned it. And I think there is a video that I can play. Oh man, that's it. Oh man, I was just getting started. All right, that's all the video. I was hoping for more. Now, this is my truth account here, just so you guys know. Just because I want to get those tweets from President Trump. So cute. Just so you guys know, let me tell you something. I don't like having pets. I don't like having pets because unfortunately, when I was 6 years old, I had a big German Shepherd. We called him Rin Tin Tin. If you guys may have heard that name before, but I used to ride him like a horse. I was so little. It was a big German Shepherd. And, man, I hate it when I remember sad memories in my life, you know? But I love this dog as a kid. I love this dog. He always looked after me. It's like he was mine. You know what I'm saying? Like he was just for me, not the family, just for me. And some son of a bitch poisoned him. And I remember that when he died, obviously I was sad. I was crying. But I remember that I helped my older brother, dig in our yard, dig a big hole, and we buried him in our yard. Rin Tin Tin, guys. Rin Tin Tin. Beautiful German Shepherd dog. I love dogs, but after that, I don't like having pets. I just, I had 3 dogs that were poisoned when I was a kid. One of them got ran over. My brother hired somebody to come in and take him out with a sledgehammer on top of his head because he had, gangrene and the dog wasn't going to recover. So it was sad. I saw what happened. I saw his, deforming skull after they hit him. And I just, it breaks my heart every time. It's like I almost want to cry just remembering this. But I have this dog today because my daughter wanted it, and her name is Banzai. Banzai is a black pit lab mix. Such a beautiful dog. She's a little rebellious, but she's such a beautiful dog. And I love her so much. You know, I don't like the hairs. Robert knows about this. I don't like the hairs. Summer's coming, so she's starting to shed her hairs, and it's everywhere. And I hate that part, but I love my dog. Well, it's my daughter's dog because they're like sisters, if you know what I mean. Don't take it on the bad, stupid side, but they're like sisters, you know, and they're both daddy's girls. So, you know, except one is an animal and the other one is my human daughter. But she protects my daughter so much. She is with her 100% of the time. Well, except when she has to go to school. But I love my pit lab mix. She is gorgeous. You know, and I just keep thinking that, you know, when the time is up for her, we're going to miss her. And I'm going to have to play it off like it doesn't hurt me. That's just the way that I have to do, right, as a father. It's like, oh, it doesn't hurt me. Hey, be tough, baby girl. Don't worry about it, blah, blah, blah. But we know that when our beloved pets leave us, they always leave a little empty hole inside of every single one of us. And, yeah, it's a sad story. But I'm going to share this. Oh, no, that's not a clip. My bad. I was going to share it. I thought it was a clip, but it's not. It's actually a live. Let's see. Let's take a look and see what is conspiracy theories surge after WHCA dinner attack. What now? What conspiracies? Is somebody out there saying that it was fake? Uh-oh. They got into the Leary Center, guys.
It's targeting federal fraud. Currently underway, federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center. And Brooke Taylor has more on that and what they're looking for. Brooke, good morning.
Quality Learning Center.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. Yeah, we have had a photographer there at the daycare since this morning, capturing video of those federal agents just going in and out of the building, collecting evidence as part of the DOJ's fraud investigation in Minnesota. Take a look at this video here. Sources tell Fox that federal agents are raiding about 22 businesses across Minneapolis this morning, and sources say many of them are tied to Somali-owned operations. All of this comes after that viral YouTube video from Nick Shirley. It was back in December.
Well, they can't push them away. They should have just kept clean and just have a conversation with Nick Shirley. Well, now it's serious. Let's get it.
In that video, he visited different child care centers, and you'll remember they were either closed or there were just no children inside, despite receiving state child care funding. Now, the location that you're looking at right now, it's the Quality Learning Center. This is the daycare. It went viral. It blew up on social media because of a sign outside with learning that was literally misspelled. The education secretary at the time claimed that the daycare received $1.9 million while, quote, masquerading as a daycare. And then shortly after that, the Trump administration announced it was freezing child care funding to Minnesota and calling for a full audit of certain daycare centers. And just checking my emails now, it looks like we got a statement from DHS sharing, quote, Homeland Security investigations in cooperation with our law enforcement partners executed criminal search warrants in Minneapolis relating to the rampant fraud of U.S. taxpayers' dollars. And as you could see there, federal agents still outside one of those daycare centers where they have been the last few hours. And all of this comes as Governor Tim Walz is expected to deliver his State of the State address tonight. And it obviously comes with a lot of questions over oversight. Bill.
Brooke, thanks.
I need to get my passport renewed. Check this out. Bam! I need to renew my white privilege card. Let's see what we got. A current white privilege card has this. I don't know if you can see that because of the light. Let's see. I can't block it. I can't block it, but I need to renew my white privilege card. Bam! American passport. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, I am probably going to take a picture of my lab pit dog, and I'm probably going to make an emoji. I'm going to make an emoji out of maybe some pets. And that way you guys can go ahead and put the black pit in there. Yeah, it's too bright. Actually, let me see if I can control that brightness. Where is my control? Okay, let's see. Let me bring down my lighting. How's this? There we go. Let's see if that works. That's kind of okay. You can kind of see it a little bit. All right. Yeah, you can kind of see that. Thank you, video guy, for adjusting the light for us. Man, that'd be kind of cool. I'll tell you what, I love this one, though. This is the eagle, the American eagle. I know you probably can't see anymore, but I need to renew my passport. Let's take a listen. Let's see. The State Department is unveiling a limited edition passport redesign for 250th, featuring images of Donald Trump, the Declaration of Independence, and the Founding Fathers. I put that little statement there on the chat for you guys. Oh, man. I can't wait. I can't wait. Hey, I want to say thank you guys to my members. Here we go. This is a break time for you guys to stop listening to my annoying voice and for me to say thank you so much for supporting my channel. You are listening to the Dennis Herrera Show with Dennis Herrera, your host, truly. Thank you, my members, my patriots, my family, my brothers and sisters. Thank you all for being here with me. Here is a tweet from Senator Rand Paul. You guys don't know, but I don't like this guy. I used to, but I don't like this guy anymore. Let's see what his last tweet says. As chairman of the HSGAC and a member of the National Capital Planning Commission, I reviewed and supported the new White House ballroom. My bill moves the project forward without extra taxpayer funds and ensures Congress can expedite review of major White House projects. I'll bring it to the floor tomorrow. Now, I want to know what the hell he's talking about. Without extra taxpayer funds. Was President Trump asking for funds? I don't know. Maybe I missed it. It's a true question. It's a real question. Has President Trump asked for funds from taxpayers to continue this project? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it yet. But that is my latest tweet that we got from Truth Social. Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. I'm sure that I shared that with you. Maybe, maybe not. Let me take a look. Let's see. No, I have not. All right. Let me go ahead and share my X account here. And I'm going to show you one of the tweets that the president showed last night. And I think everybody can read that. But President Trump's tweets yesterday, and he says, wow, Jimmy Kimmel, who is in no way funny, as attested to by his terrible television ratings, which I heard that his ratings are actually up. So there goes that. Melania and her son, ratings, made a statement on his show that is really shocking. He showed a fake video of the First Lady, Melania, and her son, Barron, like they were actually sitting in the studio. I saw it. Listening to him speak, which they weren't and never would be. He then stated, our First Lady, Melania, is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. A day later, a lunatic tried entering the ballroom of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, loaded up with a shotgun, handgun, and many knives. Well, I don't know about that. I think they found that in his room. He was there with a handgun, as far as I knew, and some knives. I'm not sure how that works. But he was there for a very obvious and sinister reason. I appreciate that so many people are incensed by Kimmel's despicable call to violence and normally would not be responsive to anything that he said. But this is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC, and I agree 100%. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, I agree. Oh, thank you, Cutting Edge. Yeah, that's what I thought, bro. But, I mean, maybe I missed the news. I don't know. All right. But let's get to my next tweet here. Well, next president's tweet. Supreme Court approves Texas congressional map redraw. Bam! Let's go. You wanna dance? Let's dance. This is what we say. You wanna dance? Let's dance. Okay? So you want to start with Virginia? Then we'll hit Texas. Next, Florida. Let's go. You want to play dirty? We can play dirty. You want to cheat? Let's go ahead and cheat. Let's do what we got to do. Eye for an eye, I say. Eye for an eye. Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait as soon as possible, as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. I don't know about that, Mr. President. I don't know about that. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJ Trump. DeSantis has our back, says Unc Andy, and if Unc Andy says it, I believe it. There you go. There's my Eagle profile. In case you want to go to the X account and visit the Dennis Herrera, that is my legit profile, so you can see the American Eagle, and then also my full name. So if you want to follow me on X, if you happen to have an X account, I appreciate it. Thank you, Jason. Vet for Democracy is a donkey. I like it when my veterans talk shit to the other veterans that are traitors to this country. Robert says, for your creamer only, get some. Robert, it's this. This is how you say get some. Like this. Bam! Oh, man. Mark Thomas is confused. He doesn't know why he's still here. He doesn't know why he's still here. Oh, man. You know what I love? Well, I don't love that you're leftist, but I love that you guys are Americans, and I want everybody welcome on my channel, okay? All right. Bring my X account over here. All right, let me take a look. There is a live. Oh, boy. House and the Senate Democrats come together to protect immigrants. Oh, my God. Do you guys want to listen to this? Put a 1 on the chat if you want to listen to House and the Senate Democrats come together to protect immigrants amid TPS crisis. Put a 1 on the chat if you want to watch it, or put a 2 if you say don't watch that crap. Oh boy, I'm telling you, man, sometimes I just don't like my job. But I love my coffee. Can't go wrong with that. Well, Unc Andy doesn't want it. I feel you. I feel you, Unks. Let's see. Come on. Somebody's got to put a 1 in there, I'm sure. Okay, all right. Nope. Even Lunchbox doesn't want it. And Lunchbox is not on my side, bro. Lunchbox is not on my side. Lunchbox have been talking shit about me all the time. Even he doesn't want to watch that shit. Oh, boy. Let me get my last fix of coffee here. I get it. Okay, we're not going to watch it. All right, all right. Hey, thank you guys for your support. I want you to know, man, I don't come over here and beg for money. My job is to entertain you, to give you some news, to give you some different opinions. And maybe my opinion will be the same as yours. Maybe it won't. But that's what I do. This is what I do for a living. So thank you guys for appreciating that. I really do appreciate you, okay? Now, for some people out there that are, listen, if you believe, Lashback says, Dennis, I love you. What the, what the freak, man? Oh, man, you know what, Lunchbox? That's it, bro. Here we go. Lunchbox, this is for you. Lunchbox. I think I might be misunderstanding my Lunchbox guy. But this emojis that takes me so long to create. Here you go, buddy. Just for you, my love. Boom. Bam! All right. Let's see. Should I share this guy? No, he's live. Okay. I don't want to show somebody else's live, but I do want to show clips. Uh-oh, here we go. Gas prices spike to the highest in 4 years, guys. There will be no choice.
The United Arab Emirates says that it is withdrawing from OPEC and OPEC+. OPEC is a decades-old cartel of the world's largest oil-producing exporters. The energy minister says that it will make it easier for the UAE to meet changing demand. But it is a major blow to OPEC at a time when the Iran...
That is funny, bro. I believe that was Ilhan Omar, right? She was reading the paper and she's like, World 11. I remember that. That's funny. How come I didn't think about that? I forgot about that. Ilhan Omar actually read that World War II was actually World 11. That's how low IQ they really are. Oh, thank you, Michael. I appreciate you, big brother. I appreciate that. All right, so here, you already heard the report from Fox. Well, here is CNN on the same report.
War has triggered a global energy crisis, and as the price of oil hits 3-week highs. CNN's Eleni Giokos joins me now from Dubai. Eleni, and so with the UAE doing this and making this announcement today, I believe they are the third or fourth largest producer among OPEC members. Talk about the significance here and the impact that it's already having within the region.
Yeah, it's the third largest producer within OPEC, and it's really significant. I mean, frankly, it's a bombshell announcement today, Biana. You know, they joined in 1967, one of the founding members, and that was just a few years before the formation of the UAE. And this is, really going to shape what we see in the oil markets. And you were talking about WTI, responding quite aggressively on the back of this news, and we've seen an increase in oil prices as we hear one of the oldest members withdrawing from this organization. This is importantly an organization that can exert influence on oil prices. It has the ability to control supply. So when oil prices go high, then we start to see quotas from these oil producing nations, and that starts to temper off oil prices. But when oil prices are low, that is also when they step in specifically to protect oil producers, that if oil prices are below what it costs to produce a barrel of oil, they can also play around with that. That's why they're viewed as a cartel. The UAE energy minister says this is not a political decision, but many people are focusing on the timing, given that we are currently in the largest energy crisis in the history of markets. Take a listen to what he said.
This is not a political decision. This is a pure policy position, and repositioning us to be it is in the front of the world, taking the right decision at the speed that we aspire for. To us, it's the consumers are critical. To us, we need to attain to these countries who entrusted us to build the refineries based on our crude. And our crude today, Marban, is one of the cleanest, if not the cleanest crude on earth.
So really important to note here that in the statement that was released today by media, they say that when they joined the alliance, they have made significant contributions as well as even greater sacrifices, they say, for the benefit of all. And that's because they've been adhering to a quota system. As of April 2025, UAE was allowed to sell 3.5 million barrels of oil per day, when the capacity is around 5 million barrels of oil per day. And given that we've seen not only attacks by Iran on critical energy infrastructure targeted here on the UAE as well as other Gulf states, but also the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has completely changed the way the UAE views its position in the global energy markets. And they're saying they're going to start focusing on national interests and continue their commitment to stabilizing oil prices. But Biana, any way you look at this, many people are questioning the fate of OPEC right now, whether this is a precursor to more countries leaving OPEC, and importantly, what happens to oil prices from here.
And the future relationship, once again, at question between the Saudis and the Emiratis as well. Eleni Giokos, thank you so much.
Gas prices are surging to the highest level in nearly 4 years because, of course, of deadlocked Iran war and the talks that just aren't going anywhere and are rattling the global economy. Now,
we'll finish listening to this, but I want to clarify something. Okay, I want to clarify something. One of the things that I have a problem, okay, with, and even Fox is saying this, okay? No fungus coffee today, my friend. Just real coffee. That's it. Listen, I want you to know this. I am not against CNN for reporting the gas thing, because Fox does it as well. Everybody talks about gas prices. What I want you to concentrate on, if you want raw news, raw information, I put it on the chat for you. You don't concentrate on gas prices. You need to go deeper so that you can have a fair comparison when it comes to, comparing with other administrations. If you compare gas prices, you're not going to have a true comparison. You have to go to the price of the barrel of oil. That's it. Find out right now the barrel of oil. It was up to $1.11. $111. It is back down to $104. Now, it's still high, of course. But I want you to compare only the price of the barrel of oil. If you compare gas, It was still more expensive during Biden's administration. But if you compare oil was higher under Biden's administration. It was $130. Well, now it's $104. So it's $26 cheaper for the barrel of oil. That's a true comparison. Now imagine that. Think about it. Biden and Kamala and the whole administration were saying how great the economy was doing, right? And even Kamala Harris, well, prices are high because, well, they're not cheap anymore. And then she will go on and say, the reason why prices are they're higher now, the reason why everything is more expensive now is because the economy is thriving, she said. Kamala Harris' words, not mine. So compare apples to apples, not apple to oranges. Compare the price of the barrel of oil, 104. Well, it just went from 22 to 32. 104.32 a barrel of oil. Under Biden, $130. What's the difference? Under Biden, there was no Hormuz Strait being blocked. Oil was flowing. Oil was flowing. Before the Strait of Hormuz, price was up. Before tariffs, price was up. We are paying $1.50 more per gallon of gas here in Washington State. And that is all for regulation and taxes. $1.50 more. $1.47. I'm just rounding up so that makes it more dramatic information. $1.50 more for gas. Nothing to do with tariffs, nothing to do with oil. Now, I will tell you what has to do with tariffs and what has to do with oil, the Strait of Hormuz. $3.50 a gallon of gas. That, my friends, has to do with the Strait of Hormuz and then the tariffs. By the way, tariffs have went down across the world. Our trading is fair now. Everything is great. Fantastic. So why are prices are still high if the tariffs came down? Think about it. If the tariffs went down, why are prices so high? Well, gas is still up there. But it's the gas that's high price. The gas, not the oil. Because that's the big difference. And that's the way that I look at things. Because with the Biden administration of the barrel of oil being $130, it doesn't make the process of changing oil less expensive. It's still the same. It's still the same price, right? So cost of doing business is still the same. What has changed? Taxes, permanent taxes. Somebody said this is temporary paying for long-term gain. Absolutely. But your local taxes, that's permanent. That's not temporary. That's permanent. All right. That being said, let's continue.
National average is now $4.18 a gallon. That's up nearly 7 cents from just yesterday, and the highest price since the war began. And just to get kind of a better sense or a window into what we're watching right now, I think it's important to look back over time. I'm going to draw a little bit on the magic wall and try not to make a fool of myself as Richard is watching me here. We said 418 is where things stand today. And I think when you look at the run-up just since the start of the war, what's so notable is the speed and scale of the surge of the prices, but also that prices were below $3 a gallon right before this was all happening. At the end of last year, at the start of January, everything the Trump administration wanted on this front, Richard, was happening. Now, if you look back over to the Ukraine conflict and kind of the aftermath of that in the near term, and you saw gas prices topping $5, came back down pretty steadily since. So Richard, we haven't hit the $5 mark yet. This seems dramatically worse from a global market perspective in terms of the disruption we're living through. Where do you see this going?
All right, so look, I wish I'd known you had your toys out, because I've got one that I could have used. Instead, I'm just going to go the old-fashioned way. You can't really see this very clearly, but essentially, the oil price has risen quite sharply, right? So we have a very sharp rise in the oil price, as you can see. Now, the important point to realize is this bit. Once the oil price got up there over $100 a barrel, I'm just going to shade it in so you can see, it doesn't matter how long it continues, this bit is baking in slow growth, slowing economy, higher inflation. And as this continues on and on and on, you know, the president can say this will be over in a few weeks. Anybody can say there'll be talks in Islamabad. But as long as this big wodge continues forward, that's the bit that's doing the damage. Anything over up towards $100 a barrel. So you ask how long this goes on. It goes on until there's a reason for the price to come down, and during the markets does it once or twice, but longer term, Phil, it's not going to do it, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing on yours.
Yeah, and it seems like markets, we've talked about this before, are finally looking around saying, oh wait, there's no like near-term solution here anywhere at all, and the longer this goes on...
But the cake is baking all along. That's the crucial part about it. Every moment that oil is at these elevated levels, the economies are slowing, inflation's getting worse, and it is a continuing deteriorating situation.
Yeah, and dislocations that'll take months to fix only grow more significant. Okay, I want to ask you, because you and I could talk about the next question probably for the next 4 or 5 hours. The UAE announced its withdrawing from OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. I was stunned. You probably knew this was coming and have all sorts of reasons as to why it happened, but this is a significant thing from a global market perspective.
The reason is because the UAE, forgive the vernacular, the UAE has been pissed off with the allocation, its quota that it gets from OPEC. It wants 3.8 million barrels, it's had 3.2, they were given 3.5. And they believe, the UAE, that's Abu Dhabi, it's Dubai, it's Sharjah, and all of those, the 7 Emirates, they believe they've spent a fortune on their oil infrastructure. They should be allowed to recoup it. Their oil is cheap to produce, and therefore they need to crank it out. Now, why is this? It's there's a paradox here, because the more they want to get for themselves, the more they produce, therefore the price will come down. This is about mine is bigger than yours. This is about saying I'm not getting my fair share. And they believe if they take this measure, eventually Saudi will cave or something like that will happen.
It'll be fascinating to watch. There are things are moving right now in terms of the tectonic
and the US,
plates.
By the way, the US, which is one of the largest producers of energy in the world, the US is rapidly turning into the swing producer that can affect in many cases.
You know why I'm smiling? Somebody guess. Guess why I'm smiling? Guess why I'm smiling? You heard everything. Now, that's CNN, guys. That's CNN. That's CNN. Let me tell you why I'm smiling. Now, I take it with a grain of salt. I could be wrong. President Trump is not stupid, man. President Trump is not stupid. Let me. I hope I don't lose my train of thought on this. Yeah, I was right. Thank you, Tanya. President Trump, man, he's a freaking genius. And if what I'm thinking is right, holy crap. Wow. Bear with me. I want you to understand something. I love braingasms. That's what I call it. I love intellectuality. You know why? Because I'm not a genius. But when something good comes along, it's just, check this out. We went against Venezuela. We went and captured this criminal. We didn't do a regime change. We did a regime change-ish. Venezuela's oil, we're now having a relationship with them. We're getting Venezuela oil. Venezuela's getting money. We go and attack Iran's regime, which is by all means, it's the right move. We are a large, not the largest, a large producer of sweet oil. Think about this. OPEC is being dissolved as we speak. I believe 3 or 4 other countries have left OPEC in the last few years. I believe. But I want you to know this, and I think Trump hinted this a while back. We have the oil that you need. Come get some. Come get some. Fucking genius. Do you know what this means? The Middle East has become so rich because of the black gold. Well, we have it. Drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. What are we drilling? Black gold. Man, I'm going to tell you something. I wish that I understood everything Trump is doing. Because I'm going to tell you right now. If we have those refineries that I'm telling you, and we become one of the big exports in oil, money time. Woo! Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Genius. Just genius. Trump he's the boss, man. And just for that, we're going to play the boss. We're going to play the boss music. Yeah, why not? Play the boss music. Hit it. Imagine that. We get to become filthy rich by a couple of moves playing chess. China might have to lower some of those tariffs on us. They might want to buy some oil from the USA. I'm just spitballing. Let's see if anything sticks. I'm telling you, this can all be just Dennis's little rants of nothing. Some people clown me. I'm not an economist. Sure. But I'm going to tell you something. I like to analyze things. I like to use critical thinking. I like to think outside the box. But you have to agree with me. Wouldn't that be awesome for us? I think it'll be awesome for us. I think that we can make a lot of money. Go ahead, Ricardo. Ask a question. Ask a question. Man, I'm telling you, I'm just a big dreamer. I'm a big dreamer. I would like to say that I am an optimistic person, but I'm also a realist. So I'm not going to say that everything I say is perfect, is right, or whatever. But wouldn't it be grand if we, as we see now the Emirates, the Saudi Emirates, dropping out of OPEC. Other countries have already dropped out of OPEC. We are seeing the crisis because of oil. See, you have to see the crisis Otherwise, you don't understand the change. I'm waiting, Ricardo. I'm waiting for Ricardo's question. An honest question, he says. Honest question. I want to see it. Honest question. Thank you, Samuel. Samuel's over there flexing on the landscape mode. Isn't that crazy, though? Man, that is crazy, right? And you know what? Britain, they also can get their own oil, but they don't want to dig. Climate change. Climate. How long have you been living here legally, so I can ask the question? Ricardo, I have never been illegal in this country. I have been legal since the day I stepped foot on this country, which that would be Houston, Texas, on my first flight on a 777 Boeing jet. That was fantastic. That was a big beast. It was a huge beast. Always been legal in this country, my friend. I have never been illegal. Not one day. Not 1 hour illegal. Man, the United States, it's setting itself to be the country of the millennia. Plenty of oil in our country. And the American people can benefit from that because we have no royalties here. The prince, the king, the Emirates, these Arabs, some people live well, but a lot of people don't. They're either very rich or very poor. They spend billions of dollars on garbage. I'm telling you right now. I just don't understand why people don't see it this way. But if we build our own refineries for sweet oil, for the sweet crude, we can be so energy independent and we don't have to worry. I mean, no disrespect, but I want to know this so I can ask the question. I've never been illegal, so what is it? Ask the question. Say it. Spit it out. Yeah, strategic planning beats policy, says Samuel on the other side. You're on fire, brother. You are on fire. Boom. Brothers is the only colors that matter. That's right. Those royals hold all the wealth. Is ridiculous. There you need to be related to get ahead. Yep, absolutely. And, well, I support drill, baby, drill. 100%. The mic cover is really bright, he says. Don't worry, my friend. I am going to order a different cover very soon. Very, very soon. If you guys know of a big mic cover with the American flag colors, that would be fantastic. I would love to have the American flag right here. I will put the mic this way so that you guys can see the American flag right here. You know what? Maybe I can custom make one. We'll see. Maybe I can find somebody that can custom make them and see if I can get one. I would love to have that in here just for that. Let's see. What else do we got, guys? Man, the viewership today, it has been hella low. I'm not going to lie to you. This is very Herrera. We've been suppressed a lot during these lives. We've been suppressed a lot during these lives. Let's take a listen to this heated clash. Top Democrat pressed on controversial podcast appearance. What is this about?
The political violence and rhetoric has got to stop. And that's something President Trump said right after the incident on Saturday night. When you have reporters, when you have media just being overly critical and calling the president horrible names for no reason and without evidence, without proof, it shouldn't surprise us that this type of rhetoric takes place.
And that was Todd Blanche, the acting Attorney General, yesterday. Saturday shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, prompting more calls to end political violence and the rhetoric fueling it. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna is pushing for a bipartisan commission to end political violence, and he joins us now. Congressman, how would this look? How would this go forward? Are you going to analyze it? Are you going to set up a criteria or a marching orders or a to-do list?
Well, it's first an acknowledgement that political violence is out of hand, that it is affecting people in both parties, that both parties have a responsibility to address it. There should be a national commission, and we can look at concrete things. One, the role that social media is playing in amplifying the most sensational, outrageous content that sometimes incites violence. Second, looking at mental health issues. Third, looking at how we can have intervention when you have someone sick, like the person who was tried the attempted assassination on the president and his cabinet. How do we get earlier intervention? And finally, what are the standards of how we can all do better in our political rhetoric without violating the First Amendment? We want robust speech. People should be able to criticize me, but there's a difference between criticism and the incitement of violence.
Right. I agree. I think the sentiment is widespread, although it didn't seem like it was being embraced by Hakeem Jeffries yesterday. But, Congressman, do you think it was a good move to have that spirit of what you just said and sit down with somebody like Hassan Piker?
Well, look, Hassan Piker is part of the First Amendment. I go on Sean Ryan. I've gone on Flagrant. I've gone on Hassan Piker. I go left, right. People criticize me for coming on Fox News. Not that I'm comparing you to other podcasts, but I have condemned unequivocally the idea that America somehow deserved 9/11. Of course we didn't. It was a terrorist attack by al-Qaeda. I've condemned the idea that anyone would threaten the life of a sitting senator. I disagree with Senator Scott. Of course he should be safe. So one can have conversations, but condemn any incitement to violence.
You really think that? Okay, here's Hassan Piker and some of the things he said.
If you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because, they steal quite a bit more from their own workers. Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder. Virtually every American.
I want to know, this socialist people, man, especially this communist right here, he should be in jail, by the way. I want to know how they are able to convince people that a company, a business owner, is stealing money from the employees. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. If you don't like the pay at a company, you go to another one. It's called at-will employment. At will. It's not mandatory for you to work there. You either want to make the money or you don't. And just because a company is making billions of dollars and you're only making $75,000 to $100,000 a year, that doesn't mean they're stealing from you. That is their business. This is why they invest. This is why they work and sacrifice a lot of their time and money to be able to get a big return on their money. What are you investing? How many checks have you given the company that you work for and say, hey, here, as the company grows, you can get me a better return later? None of you. Most of these big companies, they offer you 401k. You get free, you get health benefits. You know they got to pay more than you do, right? If they offer you health benefits, they pay more than you have to pay as an employee to be able to get the health care benefit. They match you 401k up to 5% in some companies. Some companies do 3%, depending on the size of the company. But that's something that they don't have to do. Some companies even give you bonuses, which many don't even appreciate. Oh, they just gave me $2,000. That's nothing. They get $100,000. It's a bonus. It's free money. They don't have to give you a bonus. They don't have to give you a Christmas bonus. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand why these communist socialist people, the new socialist Democrats, don't say anything about it. If I have any leftists in here, tell me, do you support this guy right here? Do you support that guy? Because if you support that guy and you come over here spewing lies about Trump or myself, I want you to know you're an idiot. It's unbelievable. They just indicted James Comey for the second time. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't consider that winning. Once we see them in jail, I'll consider that winning. All right? I'll consider that winning. Censor Sergeant, I wonder why you get censored.
Has a similar experience, a shared experience where they have a loved one that spent their last days instead of spending them with their family, spending it on the phone, talking to their healthcare provider.
I mean, this is just some of the stuff that he said. He says the Hezbollah flag is dope. He likes Hamas better than Republicans. Landlords are MFers. And you go and sit down with him and you put your reputation on the line and you want everybody else to take a step back?
Well, Brian, because I have said that Hamas is a terrorist organization, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. I was one of the first people who condemned the shooting of the United Healthcare executive. But millions of people follow.
So they know that Hezbollah, they know that these people are terrorists, and yet they're against our President Trump for attacking them. Stupidity. Just ignorance is bliss, they say.
Hassan Piker. Why? Because he's speaking about some of the frustrations. He's speaking about the fact that people don't have health care in America. Well, there are a lot of people on the podcast world, et cetera, who say things that are outrageous or sensationalist, and I push back when you do that. But we have to understand the anger in this country of people who feel they can't buy a house, they can't afford gas, they can't have health care, they're upset at the system. It's one of the reasons Trump won twice, and we have to engage while condemning the violence. But if you look at, I never engage in approving of violence, approving of the incitement of violence, and I'll condemn it when I hear it.
Congressman, I just can't believe you choose to go on. I mean, Cory Booker and others have not. But I want to ask you about DHS funding because it's really important. While we try to get the rhetoric down and people safe, DHS is not funded. Border Patrol is not funded. Border Patrol and ICE, you guys don't want to fund. So therefore, TSA and others. So Department of Homeland Security is not fully funded. You guys have asked for changes. So you have a new secretary. It's Markwayne Mullin. Rubio is out. Now in front, Tom Homan is handling the cities. They basically pulled out of Minneapolis. They now are putting serial numbers on their uniforms. They're wearing body cameras. There's no more roving patrols. To me, this is an opportunity for the Democrats to say, we made progress. Republicans listened. You always say you like to go across party lines and solve problems. I believe you have enough to declare victory. Instead, the lockout and the shutdown and the denial of funds continues. How do you explain that?
Well, Brian, first of all, you know I've gone across the aisle. I've worked with Thomas Massie to pass the Epstein files release. I've worked with people on the Republican side to stop this war that's driving gas and food prices up. But here's the point where we should agree. Let's fund TSA. Let's fund the Border Patrol. We disagree on ICE. ICE already has $75 billion.
You can't pick and choose what you fund. You can't pick and you don't want Republicans to decide what should be funded in the State Department and what this shouldn't be. So when it comes to funding, you already allocate it.
Why not get the compromise?
But you already got it. You got four things. You got four things.
No, the problem is they already had $75 billion in additional funding for ICE. And the reality is Americans were targeted and raided. What happened in Minneapolis was outrageous. And it's gone in raids with violations of human rights. And so we just have a philosophical difference. I think ICE needs to go back under the Justice Department like it was for 50 years.
That's a different conversation.
So why don't we fund the TSA workers? Why don't we fund the Border Patrol and bracket the ICE debate?
Why?
I mean, when they already have $75 billion.
We need ICE. And if the previous president didn't open up the borders, ICE wouldn't have to try to round up 15 million people.
Yeah.
Look, we need a secure border, but we need, even Donald Trump has said that when you have people working in the agricultural fields, when you have people working in construction, when you have people doing hard work and they're undocumented, have a path to legalization. Why don't we have that conversation? Why don't we have a conversation about what we can do to solve the immigration issue, and we should have a secure border.
But you don't need to hold. You don't have to hold a segment of the country hostage that live paycheck to paycheck because you decide you thought ICE was overaggressive. So they changed the way they did. They put a new person in charge, and you're still not funding it. It is just maddening, Congressman.
Such a great point. And didn't he just make a great point? He's right. We fired Noam. We got somebody new. Okay, release the funds. Let's do things different. Release the funds. Do you see what I'm talking about? That's the only way that they look at illegal immigrants, sort of as slaves in our country. They don't care about these illegals getting a fair wage. They just care that somebody else doesn't want to do their dirty work. That's a slave mentality. That's what I'm against. When President Trump tried to bring immigration reform for DACA and TPS, this guy and his partner said no. They said no because they wanted billions of dollars to benefit their pockets. That is the only reason. That's why I'm against them. The slave mentality just doesn't go away from these Democrats. To be honest, I don't think I'll ever be able to support Democrats ever again. Ever again. They seem to be the same damn people. It doesn't matter how many different colors, shades of pigmentation they have in the Democratic Party. They are all racist. Why? And they might not be racist to the color, but they sure as hell don't care about people. They are anti-human. I don't know what the word would be. They don't respect human rights. They don't respect human rights. As much as people protest about human rights, they don't respect human rights. They just don't. You have to see that. You got to be able to see that. I don't have to convince you. Just look at it. He just made a great point. He said, okay, you guys didn't want ICE to do this. You got to be, you wanted a change. Okay, Kristi Noem got fired. Doesn't that show you? Go ahead. I'm still waiting for Censor Sergeant to put me a truth on the chat. And act, whatever the hell your fake-ass profile name is, go ahead and show me. Tell me the truth. Show me the facts. Yeah, show me the facts. If you are one of the morons saying Free Palestine and Allahu Akbar, you're a freaking idiot. I support the United States of America. And I defend those that defend us and stand with us. Everybody else can go kick rocks. You didn't say shit. Tell me one truth I said. Let me go take a look at your activity here real quick. Why can I not see your activity? Oh, on the top, I see. All right, let's see what the answer was here. Trump is destroying the crooked A operation. No. TDS can be terminal. No. OTAN is coming to the America. Get a clue, commies. I don't know what the hell is the Censor Sergeant talking about. I have no idea who the hell this guy is or what the hell he's talking about. I don't even know if he's on my side or against me. This guy is so hypocritical in his comments. I can see every single comment, my friend. Every single comment I can read, and I'm just gonna think that you're a retard. There's no other option that I have here. Hey Jeff, how are you? Good to see you on the landscape mode. Kill Me is just he's a beast, bro. He got him. He got him. Yeah, no, man. He's phenomenal, bro. He's phenomenal. I'm gonna have to listen to that again.
Paycheck to paycheck because you decide you thought ICE was over aggressive. So they changed the way they did. They put a new person in charge, and you're still not funding it. It is just maddening, Congressman.
No, they've got $75 billion already funded, and the real issue is that the Democrats want to fund TSA. We want to fund the Border Patrol. We want changes in ICE because we feel that ICE has been a rogue agency. But look, we should have a conversation about what we can do in immigration reform to move this forward.
Congressman Ro Khanna, thanks so much. More Fox and Friends in a moment.
I don't trust that guy. I don't trust him at all. I try to give him the benefit of doubt. But I'm going to tell you something. You have to understand. There is people out there that hate our country. That's just the way it is. They hate our country. And you have to pay attention. Hey, Teddy, because you have to understand something. They will tell you most of the truth. But that one little bit of a lie makes everything a lie. And you believe it because part of it makes sense. But we're not stupid. We think outside the box. First, learn how to write in English so that you can tell me that. Oh, man, these people, the ignorant people that come in here and try to correct my English. Oh, boy. Let me tell you something, man. Uh-oh. That's not good. Let's, why don't we watch a clip from Sky News. Left is losing it. I love this lady, by the way.
It's time.
Here we go. It's time for Left is losing it. Let's see what she has. It's a 15 minutes, so you probably won't watch the whole thing. But let's just go ahead and watch. Oh, Tanya, let's go, sis. You said, Nathan, shut the hell up. I love it. I love it. I'm glad I looked over here and saw you putting that on there, big sis. That's what I'm talking about. Boom. Hey, man, I got family on here, bro. I got patrons that support me and that love me. So you better watch what you're saying, man. We defend patrons over here, bro. Don't stand against the American people, man. That's all I got to say. Left is losing it. Here we go. Let's listen to some of it. Hopefully she doesn't get me in trouble. Skynews.com.au, Australian news. There you go. There's my little disclaimer. Let's give them some credit here so that we don't get in trouble for sharing some of this. By the way, Rita's such an amazing woman. I love Rita, man. I know. I love her. I think she's funny. She's very smart. And she's very wise, to be honest. She really is. I have listened to her talk, and I have seen her on interviews, and I think she's great. So here we go. Let's go ahead and listen to her a little bit. Let's get a dose of Left is Losing It. Say it with that accent, sis.
Time for Lefties Losing It. Let's see what CNN were airing shortly before the latest assassination attempt against President Trump. They had this woman on, Sarah Cupp, with this totally sane take. Oh, yeah, she's not crazy at all.
The Correspondents Association was trying to sort of mend some fences with a guy who wants us dead, figuratively. Figuratively, he wants journalism dead. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't think this is a great night for journalism. It's a night that's meant to be celebrating it, but I think it's a real bummer.
Yep, that was...
We don't want journalism dead. We just want you to stop telling lies. Stop working for the deep state and just report the news. Stop twisting it and stop lying to the people. That's all we want.
Around half an hour before CNN viewer, I'm sure he was a CNN viewer, Cole Thomas Allen, launched an attack. Now, if you're wondering what radicalized this character, who radicalized him, well, it was mainstream media outlets like CNN, MSNBC, CBS, etc., who present the president as some sort of modern-day Hitler, threat to democracy. It's the celebrity class as well, and the Democrats who every single day for the past 10 years have pumped out the most unhinged, reckless rhetoric.
Good job.
I have thought
an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
I will go and take Trump out tonight. And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
And sadly, the domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this isn't, they're not going to let up, and they should not.
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Now, let's have a little laugh at Democrat Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who seems to think we've had 11 world wars.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
You know, there is something terribly wrong with America when an American-hating, brother-marrying simpleton like Ilhan Omar can become a congresswoman. Now to the man an increasing number of Democrats are cozying up to. It's the millionaire Marxist moron Hassan Piker. Here he is casually talking about killing President Trump.
Great video where you talked about, someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean. That which is, I think that shows that there's a lot of anger, a lot of resentment.
And here is Hassan a few days ago just casually advocating mass murder.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those murder those in the street. Let the streets soak in their capitalist bloods, dude.
Reminder, this creep is a multi-millionaire, lives in a $3 million property.
Did you see that? If that doesn't open up your eyes, I don't know what else will. I'm telling you. I am telling you. If that doesn't open up your eyes, I don't know what to tell you. It's crazy. It is crazy. Wow. I have told you guys many times over, that if we don't stand up for America, regardless of what you might think, if you fight us, if you fight against us, defending America and our friends and allies, those are the kind of people that are going to be the end of you. Forget about being politically correct. Respect the laws. Forget about those illegal immigrants who make you feel guilty about them being deported. Let me tell you something. They're not going to jail. They're just going back home, which they're so proud of representing. You got to be able to see that. You got to be able to protect your country. Whether you serve in the military or not, we all have a role to play. I love you, my patriots, my veterans. Love you guys so much. Let's continue the fight together. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. I got some rearranging back here to do. And we'll see how it turns out. I will see you on the next one, maybe later today. All right, big hug to you. Big kiss to you, Tanya. God bless you, big sis, and everybody else. Love you all. Jason Martin, calm down, General. I'll see you in a bit.